notionally.
What were you doing?
I had to shove through, let's say, anywhere between 100 and 200 feet of triplex cable that's about 3.5 inches around on the outside diameter and weighs 12 pounds per foot. Yes. And I think that's been kicked up to the bridge. Yeah.
Oh, Alex, the crossing your... Alex, stop. Chat says you are muted. They are getting no sound. Yeah. This may be an issue.
Your audio output is actually completely down on
For some reason, it has
YouTube.
decided to flip round. OBS has decided to flip round the audio button. So I thought I muted you all while I was talking to the chat, and I'd actually muted myself. Okay, so we're having fun. We're having real fun. And I'm sure it's nothing to do with someone who keeps licking my keyboard and licking my mouse and making them go wrong. Distracting me. We'll leave that to one side. But no,
Stop blaming the hound.
I am going to blame the hound. He's managed to break a mouse today through his licking.
I mean, I normally have cats, so...
Understandable.
Yeah. Yeah, the Discord stream kit won't find who's... That doesn't seem to be working for telling me who's chatting in a stage. It won't find a stage.
Huh.
Helpful.
That and reactive doesn't do the same. Interesting. There must not be an API hook for stages.
Oh. That's helpful of them. Always helpful of them. We'll sort it out. We will sort it out. And the bot is slowly working up. It's slowly waking up. It's awake. It is working.
So are we pretty much
At the moment we are live, but we do not have a working bot completely yet. It's up to 3 out of 5. I do love the way it gives me a running total of 3 out of 5. So it does tell me exactly where I am.
5.
Stoke the coal harder. Stoke
Interesting
faster.
Interesting that you have 5. Oh, because of the bot. Interesting that you have. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think I got it. That one.
I have, it comes up with Twitch Broadcaster, Twitch Bot, YouTube Broadcaster, YouTube Bot, Elgato Stream Deck. And currently both bots are fine, both broadcasters are delayed, and the Elgato Stream Deck is in flashing red at me. And the Elgato Stream Deck is turned on. It is turned on. It is on. So, you know. Who knows? Who knows? Hello, Yanuska. Hello, everyone who's here chatting away. Hello, Nightwolf. Hello, all. My very cute poodle is saying hello to you all. He is. I might be wearing a Corky t-shirt, but the poodle is here. The Corky's going to come visit later, but remember his bedtime's 9 o'clock. And we will be starting the questions very shortly when the bot's worked up. We've been having a fun day. We're currently having fun with the joyous thing known as sorting out the trip for Japan, because despite a house sale supposed to having gone through in June, it hasn't gone through yet, and so as we also haven't managed to raise enough money yet, possibly due to the fact that me and Drac haven't done third part of our Dreadnought series yet, which we will be doing at some point this week. We will be doing at some point, he says, at some point. So I've neither had the money from the lovely people known as those buying my house, or the money from donations, so I haven't been able to book my own tickets yet. But I'm slowly getting my colleagues through the joy of booking their tickets. We've got poor Dan C has had... Well, actually, Dan F, can you please explain what's happened to Dan C? Because I can't understand it. I'm hoping you, with your knowledge and understanding, can understand it better than me.
For some reason, the UK have decided to reassess people's level of disability on a semi-regular basis, and have in the theme of all that is standard with governments, have opted for the lowest bidder to provide the service. Which means that the how can I put it? The people doing the assessing often don't understand what they're doing, they don't understand what they're doing, and probably wouldn't understand the idea of not understanding that they're not understanding what they're doing. So they don't understand what they're doing. And he's been reassessed, and apparently somehow long-term / permanent disabilities have changed. I've had this happen to a friend for his really very severe autistic spectrum autism, which is interesting. It's like, no, this is something you are essentially have from young childhood and is not going to change, yet somehow needs to be reassessed.
Dan literally has missing things in his backbone.
Yes, and
yeah, it's just
yeah.
And also, autism is such an easy disorder to assess.
Okay,
accurately.
Anyone wants to turn the bot on, the bot should be working and ready to go. The only part of the bot which isn't working, according to Streambot, is Elgato, which is refusing to hook up with it. Everything else is working. Elgato is the Stream Deck control system, and for some reason, that has decided to be... Okay, it's now working. Do you know why it wasn't working?
Stuff came through.
Okay, so
somebody licked it.
No, I have it on auto start, right? So it's supposed to auto start.
Yes.
And I went in and it said server status not started. Start server. Press button. Press the button. It started the server. So it's not auto starting, despite me having the blue thing on. The blue button and a cross, which tells it to auto-start.
Stop trying to understand it.
This is
By the way,
this is trying to torture me.
I added a picture of the t-shirt I'm wearing.
Oh.
So this is really interesting because for my icons on my stream I use reactive by Fujitech.
Yeah.
Fujitech. And it is actually showing everybody in the stage, but it's not bringing forward any of the avatars, even my own.
Neither will the OBS Discord kit. Okay, all right. In nicest way.
Well, OBS, the streamer kit doesn't even see it at all, which is very interesting.
I love you, Raleigh, but I think I'm going to need to send you to... I don't know. I'm going to have to clean your teeth, and you and I both know that's not a fun experience for either of us. You know, you cry, I cry. We both end up very, very far looking far dirtier than we started out, and your teeth are marginally cleaner. But it's going to have to happen because, oh my lord. I think actually I'm going to give you a biscuit because that actually might make it slightly better. Right. What's I going to do? Yes. So, lots of questions hopefully coming in. Today's going to be a fun question one. I am going to give you a heads up now because some people seem to have not realised it, but I am going to give a heads up now. Whilst we're in Japan, we will be doing Bruships on the Sundays, but they will be Sundays our time when we are in Japan, which will be about 9 hours differential. Okay? Right then. So, Chandler or Chandel. In 1919, Courageous and Glorious are converted to carriers, trying to refine the ideas of Eagle. And how in 1921? How does the Fleet Air Arm and Washington Naval Treaty change and develop? If the Royal Navy's got an Admiral-sized carrier, and they've got Courageous and Glorious already converted into carriers, so they've been converted on Eagle lines into carriers rather than what happens later when they're trying to save a bit of money. And you've got Howe converted presumably along Eagle lines as well, so they've got quite big carriers. You've now got a lot more space for aircraft going forwards, but pretty much you're going to also have to change some of the tonnage limitations for carriers because if Howe is converted and finished in 1921 prior to the treaty being agreed and based on it, she's going to weigh in at... I'm trying to think of it. She's going to be an Admiral class, which starts out... She's an enhanced Admiral class, so she starts at a roughly 46,000 tons standard. Roughly 46,000 tons standard. And I do say rough. Now, admittedly, she won't be fitted with the armour at the same level. She won't be fitted with the guns. Dat, converted to dat. She's probably going to displace the best part of 37 to 38,000 tons. She's going to be a big girl, a very big carrier, and a very interesting carrier. The fact is also they wouldn't be just doing one. If they've done one, they'll be doing others as well. So the other two will be partially on their way to converted. So probably Britain will basically turn around to the Washington Naval Treaty will end up having to turn around and go, how are we going to make this work? It's probably going to end up with something along the lines of an agreement which is a larger number of carriers being agreed. That's the easiest way to do their tonnage and larger tonnage allowance for them.
They will displace 33,000 tons, or rather 32,999.5 tons. This will be what is said.
I think actually probably they'll be grandfathered in. The British probably, like they did with Hood, they will grandfather in and then claim the others are below the tonnage.
Behold this ship. She is not actually made of steel. She is made of papier-mâché. This is how we achieve this displacement.
No, these ones have no armour on them. No armour at all. They have nothing. They are not in any way armoured at all.
No, this ship is not armoured. We're just really, really inefficient in our building quality.
Yeah. Amazing
I
how
mean, look.
how efficient we got with the other ones.
Look at the rib spacing on this. It's like practically nothing, and they're like 18 inches thick. And that's extending above the waterline. No, it's not an armoured belt. What an outrageous idea.
In fact, you think we're going to put an armoured belt on this ship? That's just terrible.
And we were worried about the weight of the aircraft. That's why the deck is 4 inches thick.
Yeah.
I know you thought you could get away with a wooden one, but no, we decided to err on the side of caution, because you never know when somebody's going to want to suddenly invent the A5 Vigilante on you. I can keep making up this stuff all day long.
Yeah. Now, here's the fun thing for you all to go, and I'm going to say this is why I have held back the patron for today. Yet it's just about the guard. But here's the thing for you all to think about. We need a name for the people who watch this channel.
You want a collective name for them?
The one I'm thinking is probably not going to pass Little Cousin Mustard.
And it will go to
yeah,
a YouTube poll. So basically, it will go to a YouTube poll, but I'm allowing patrons to suggest it. And yeah, so it's going up now. But we are going to be accepting patrons are going to be able to suggest what name should be a B. I know what my mum suggested already, because my mum has been suggesting this quite hard for quite a while. I should call you all the Brushippers, but
Do we really want to be called shippers?
yeah, Brushippers. I think my mum realizes what it could mean, but she's playing dumb to try and get me to adopt it.
3:35 a.m. I want to pull that back to 19.
I mean, I was going to go with something like, no, can't say that. It's not Little Cousin friendly. It was going to be a reference to the Blackburn.
No.
Or
Just
possibly
call them BBC.
Foxo, why are you like this?
Bring back common sense. Like,
Trust me, Runon, there's another thing she could say which would inflict more mental damage to you.
So, okay,
Thank
just
you,
to
Pablo.
answer a previous question from Knight, if you are on GMT time, that means Bruships will start at vaguely 10:30, if my math is correct. If you are East Coast, Bruships will start 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, and there's always the chance that I decide to get up early and do a Bruships for you all just myself, but it'll be about, if I do it, it'll be 10 o'clock UK time, which will be about 6 a.m. Japan time?
Right now it is roughly 4 a.m.
Yeah.
in Tokyo. I like the Church of the Blackburn. That's my opinion, but
Yeah,
what's the
um,
cultists?
No.
yeah,
We are the Blackburn cult. Hence it is
Yeah,
BBC.
BBC.
Okay, Cartoon Man 154 has any news or items?
this is the Anton Scalia School of Law all over again.
Yeah. Okay, so we're now going back to the questions. Cartoon Man 154 has any news or items from Dese X1 interest you at all? Well, the first Sea Lord announced something which I've been talking about for quite a while. That the plan is in future for Type 26s and other Royal Navy crewed escorts to go out to sea with uncrewed escorts around them acting as their own task groups, which I think I've said on this channel how many times over the last few years will be the future?
Usually say it about once a month.
Yeah, once a month I've been talking about this. I'd like to point out, though, he said it's going to happen within 2 years. If it happens in 2 years, I will go to a vegetarian restaurant and I will have an entire meal in a vegetarian restaurant. That is how confident I am it will not happen. It will not happen in 2 years. The one criteria being those will not, but the escorts he's talking about will not be full-size escorts. They will be little boats. Not full-size escorts of roughly 1,000 to 2,000 tons, which he was hinting at with all the demonstrations and all the models. No, we're talking something about something which is a little boat which you can off-board and on-board. That's not an escort. That might escort something through, but it's not an escort.
So we're talking. So for it to be an escort, we want it to be a ship and not a
Boat.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
And to clarify why that is such a big thing on me to say, I will go to a vegetarian restaurant. The last time I was taken into a vegetarian restaurant, the person who took me in, who's a dear, dear friend of mine, she literally took me in. She looked at my face. We were supposed to be there for her birthday meal. And I'd said, I'll take you wherever you want to go. I don't mind. It's your birthday. I'll even go into the vegetarian restaurant. We went to the vegetarian restaurant. She looked at my face looking through the menu. And apparently I looked so devastated, so downtrodden. We went to Nando's instead.
okay.
Which he said-
Nando's has really good veggie options.
She's not vegetarian. This is the thing. I think she is as bigger, if not even a bigger meat eater than me. But she has had this strange desire to try and make me go to a vegetarian restaurant.
I would also say there was at least one superb restaurant that happened to not include any meat options on the menu that used to exist in Tooting and sadly went many, many years ago now.
Yeah.
But that's because it's Gujarati food where none of it has meat in it. And it was just gorgeous food.
Yeah. And now I'm trying to knock on Runon's door, and I'm not sure if she's receiving us knocks.
You should have an open invite for streaming together.
Nope, not come through.
Hey, Nabbit, Twitch.
Twitch being
Send
Twitch.
invite button.
Twitch.
But from Desi,
Yes,
yeah, pretty much.
I know.
How about the rest of you? Anything interesting from Desi that's come out?
I only know what Desi is by context.
Desi is basically the defense equipment expo in London. It's kind of the bigger, more fulsome version of what me, Drac, and Dan went to a couple of years ago to Future Navy Leaders one, which was a conference which Dan really loved because, in like medical conferences, you are allowed to take away a lot of swag from a defense conference.
They stop people from giving swag at medical conferences just because it affected what drugs you might prescribe.
I'd say if you're a doctor whose opinion is able to be bought for a bag and a pen, I'm not sure I want you treating me in the first place. I don't think you really have the mental brain power to be able to be treating people. If that's your threshold of being bribed.
I would like to note 3 things about Desi.
Okay.
Yeah,
Firstly, yes.
Yeah.
Desi is where phone signal goes to die.
Yes, it does.
The only place that's worse for phone signal is Chalk Valley, and that's only because Chalk Valley you have to walk up the side of a frickin' hill to get any signal, whereas at least at Desi you just walk to a nearby window. Secondly, I think the Treasury officials have taken over the MOD. Because in my incognito mode, when I was speaking to a whole lot of interesting people, the universal feedback was the MOD's ability to actually organize anything is approximately the same as a snail in treacle on Valium.
Yeah.
Like, we could literally be facing Operation Sea Lion 2, except this time it might actually work. And the current MOD would be issuing a paper to ask for the consultants for a preposition on the potential of consultation on a countermeasure to invasion around about the time whoever was invading us has finished ironing out the finer details of which particular part of Westminster they're going to govern from.
Yeah. And that's if they're moving on a quick day.
Yeah. Yeah, they might actually begin to take anti-invasion measures around about the time they're all lined up and shot.
Oh, good lord, that's far too brusque. That's far too quick, my friend. Next way, they might have forgotten to include some of the key stakeholders in that. No.
This is true.
For some reason, they're having real problems getting enough responses for it to be counted from the other side when we're asking what their thoughts are on plans.
The final thing I took away from it is that, kind of relates to that, there is a heartbreaking amount of either complete or near feature complete systems, because obviously the UK military, particularly the Army, is currently on a drive to try and rediscover the magic that was the CVRT. And there seem to be an awful lot of systems that are capable of doing that role and capable of doing a whole lot of other roles, which could all be centralized down to single hulls. And none of them are ones that are likely to be procured because they're still chasing Ajax. I mean, there's some lovely conceptual ideas about, hey, look, we could put this. There was I think it's like an anti-aircraft option for Ajax that was on display somewhere, hiding in a corner.
Yeah.
But it was like, here's a fiberglass mock-up of something we might be able to make towards the end of the 2030s. But then you go like 2 rows over, and it's like, well, here are at least 3 different platforms, of course, CV90 being one of them, because what haven't they stuck on a CV90 hull at this point?
Or Boxer, in a nice way, or Boxer.
Yeah, and it's like, here is not just an anti-air missile system, here's a long-range anti-air missile system, a short-range anti-air missile system, a missile system combined with a gun, short-range anti-aircraft gun system, and an independent longer-range radar tracking unit, which can be linked with a whole battery of these things, and they're all basically, you could order them tomorrow if you had a big enough checkbook.
I have to say, it does get worse, because this is one of the problems I've been dealing with for a while, because with the Treasury taking over the MOD and this sort of stuff taking out, is because I was actually having this debate with a member of Parliament who was talking about the Treasury side of it, and was going, I said, well, tell me the programs which have made you think the MOD should no longer be running the things the Treasury should be involved as they are. And they listed all the Army projects. Mm-hmm. They didn't list a single naval project. And I went, that was strange. They didn't even list the aircraft carriers. And the thing is, because they didn't list the aircraft carriers, because everyone knows the reason why the aircraft carriers cost the money they did was because the government changed their mind halfway through, not the Navy. It wasn't the Navy's fault. It was entirely the government deciding to change its mind. Okay, the Type 26 is costing as much as it is because, in a nice way, they're actually paying money to BAE to build slowly. That's what people don't understand when I say, well, they could make space, they could get anything, but they've paid them to build slowly. That's actually in the deal.
Which is really dumb, especially now that you've got the Scandinavian countries buying into Type 26 and Type 31, because now would be a perfect opportunity to go, scrap that bit.
Yeah. This is the thing is, we actually pay extra money to people like BAE to build slowly. Let me repeat that again for those at the back who might not have heard me. We pay money as the UK government and as the UK taxpayer to defence companies to build equipment more slowly than it should be built and would normally be built, because otherwise it would get into service too quickly and they might have to crew it or make decisions. Welcome to... The thing is, the more and more I'm in this particular life, the more and more I find myself agreeing with Terry Pratchett that honestly, if hell came to the modern world, they'd start taking notes. Because nothing they devise could be as inane and stupid as some of the systems we humans have come up with.
And before anybody thinks that this is a totally uniquely British experience, if memory serves correctly, the Navy pays Huntington Ingalls, i.e. the shipyard in Newport News, that is the only shipyard currently capable of building supercarriers,
Yep.
at least in the West, for effectively the same service, because they pay them extra to maintain capacity in addition of what is required for the current Ford buy. So it is not just heard their UK politicians be interesting.
No, it's just we are close enough that we can see it, and the way that our system works, where in the US you might not hide some of those things, but they get kind of proceduralized away. It often feels like. In the UK, it's more obvious.
Right. Next question, then. 9681. If the IJN got their planned fleet of 8 Sendai, 6 Nagara, 1 Ubri, 5 Kuma, and 8 Tenru class of light cruisers, how much a problem is a fleet of 28 light cruisers for World War II? Well, it's not much of a problem, but it's going to actually help the Japanese be slightly more effective. But it's going to possibly extend the war by like a week maximum overall. It might give them slightly more efficient air defense at sea. There's things which are more readily upgradable to become air defense escorts than their destroyers, which are far too lightly built. What do you think, Drac?
What were the list of classes that he
8
mentioned?
Sendai, 6 Nagara, 1 Ubri, 5 Kuma, and 8 Tenru.
Oh lord, that's really not helping.
That's a lot. They're the Japanese light cruisers. They are basically much of a muchness.
But to be honest, but to be honest, the vast majority of the classes listed there are either early 1920s ships, which are bait for anything that has modern fire control, or you've got a couple of training cruisers. I mean, okay, one of them proved relatively good at forcing New Jersey to expend slightly more ammunition than it was comfortable with chasing it, but that's about it. I mean, yeah, the problem is if you want to go by actual Japanese light cruiser designs, all the ones listed, and the vast majority of the Japanese light cruisers generally, they're too small to be anything other than realistically second line combatants. My immediate thought with most of those classes would be convert them to anti-aircraft cruisers, and then they might be somewhat useful. But then we're also talking about the Japanese.
They'd probably convert them to torpedo cruisers, not anti-aircraft cruisers, and then they wouldn't be any use at all.
So, some of the smaller, faster ones, if you stacked them full of long lances and maybe sent them into Guadalcanal as kind of oversized destroyer leaders, might be marginally useful. If they were producing enough of the 100mm guns that they stuck on the AA destroyer class that they developed, then maybe that would allow for a half decent anti-aircraft cruiser conversion, but that presupposes that they actually produce enough of them, and they bow to the idea of having something that's light cruiser size but with a 100mm gun as the biggest caliber, because realistically they would probably try and stick the 5-inch, their standard destroyer gun on, which isn't brilliant, and then they'd cover it in 25mm, which, yeah, just why? There is a path for them as useful AA cruisers, but it's also a path the Japanese Navy almost certainly either can't or won't take. If they were going to have any light cruisers that were actually going to be of any significant use, beyond, as you say, extending the war by a week or two, you either want Mogami, but actually with the 666, because that's something that can actually go toe to toe with modern light cruisers. Or maybe if you wanted something cheap and cheerful that you could build in large-ish numbers, you could maybe go with the Aganos, because they're set up originally as submarine flotilla support ships, which that's not brilliant. But if you took the Agano hull form and then removed all the nonsense aft and put either enhanced AA or even possibly ASW on there, you'd have something half useful, maybe as a convoy flagship, escort flagship.
It would be. They'd be more useful than anything else. The fact
but
is,
at that point, you're really it's kind of you're reaching for something to put them to use, which isn't really going to happen.
I'm never quite certain
honest.
why with the Aganos why they give so much space over to float planes, because okay, yes, there is a good reason for it, but when you look in terms of giving you reconnaissance capability, and that's what they want, but then you look at how they're mounting them and what they're putting them over, and you're going, you're actually making your life more complicated with all this junk. You're adding a whole lot of top weight, which is never a good thing in a cruiser or any ship.
Yeah, well,
Pardon.
Yeah?
Sorry, just you should have another invite. Oh, nope, we got you now. There you go.
It works.
Which takes a minute, but it gets there eventually.
Eventually, it does, yes. Carry on.
Yeah, I have some sympathy for the poor Aganos, based largely on the fact that, as with quite a number of other World War II ships on all sides, they are very much ships that would theoretically work in a mid-1930s context, but don't work for the actual World War II context. But the flip side to that is that they are ultimately, as much as I have sympathy for the poor old designers, they are not really all that useful.
No.
In the Second World War. So, but because I mean, honestly, it's not cruisers that loses Japan the war.
No.
It's not lack of cruisers that loses Japan the war. It's if they need anything, they need submarine. They need a submarine doctrine that will allow them to use their existing submarines somewhat more effectively, and they need. What's the best way? The problem is what they really need, apart from submarines, is they need carriers.
What I think they really need is honest
but
war
they
games.
have very limited shipyards. So they have very limited shipyard capacity, so that's not really an option that you can just say, oh, well, if they did this. It's like, well, great, now you have to invent a whole new naval infrastructure.
They need better war games.
Well,
I think that's
wouldn't say that they need better war games. They need to actually pay attention to the ones that they have, rather than just going, we lost that one, we don't like it, reset.
No, this is why I mean they need better war games. They need to to. It's going to sound strange. One of the qualities of war game is you look at the results, don't go, I don't like the results, get rid of it. It's kind of like when people go, we're going to have referendums until you agree with us from a government. If you're going to have war games until you get the result you like, and only go with that, that's not good quality war games. It's not good quality democracy when you do the constant referendums till you get the result you want. It's not good. It's not good whenever you do that. You've got the result, work it out. Work out why you're getting that result. Not just ignore it, work it out, because that's good quality. That's how it is good quality. It's Ramol, if you received an acknowledgement for your question in the chat, it will be there. It just won't necessarily show up in here until I press the button, because it's stored in a different Discord. It's stored in a hidden Discord
And it
until I
doesn't-
press hello.
Yeah, it doesn't always record them and distribute them in the exact order they were received. No idea why, but yeah.
This bot is a
It works,
lifesaver.
though.
It is a lifesaver. Yeah. Okay, next question. Unless anyone else wants to add in stuff about the Japanese light cruisers.
I dispute the idea that they would extend the war by as much as a week. I'm not sure they'd extend it by a matter of hours.
No, I just think they'd extend it by a week because the Americans would look at the number of Japanese light cruisers and go, we need to build this many. It's construction time on the American side happening on, not anything else.
I feel the cruisers are just too old
Yeah.
to be that useful.
Yeah.
Richard Goss, escort carrier, say Oz or a Canadian or a Canada order one each. Could British infrastructure build these with all the current builds going on? Yes. Believe it or not, no, as we had already talked about earlier, British infrastructure is not maxed out by a margin.
We've got at least 2 big shipbuilding capable yards currently with no major MOD orders that I'm aware of.
Yeah, and I would add into that. I would say, why are you building an escort carrier for Australia? A light carrier maybe, but no, I wouldn't be going for an escort carrier. You don't need to go. For
Are we
something
talking about the modern day or World
yes,
War II?
It's saying modern. Export. Actually, I think it said export, not escort. Export carrier. Say Australia, Canada ordered one each. Could British infrastructure build these with all the current builds going on? Yes. We could build a carrier for something.
Yes.
Well, I mean, to be honest, most of the national shipbuilding strategy at the moment is predicated on keeping some votes in Scotland. So what you're seeing at the moment is basically what can the Scottish shipyards build? I mean, okay, the BAE yard at Portsmouth is mothballed / closed down now, but it wasn't that long ago. So if you needed to, you could divert some of the. I think you could probably do T-31s in Portsmouth.
Yes.
And you've still got the big Babcock yards that built the QEs. And we're not building anything in there of that size anytime soon. So just use those.
We could do it.
And I'm just quietly sitting over here like, please make take more foreign orders. Please take more foreign orders.
Yeah, because the nice way we're going to need to start hiring more people to set up the yards, or bring the yards back online.
I seek overseas employment. Please take more foreign orders.
Well, it's interesting to talk about the Portsmouth Yard, because I've heard because there is a potential one of the big foreign orders to come in soon will actually be Type 26s, not Type 31s again. It'll be more Type 26s. And it could be one of the ones which people are expecting to order a Type 31, but they could actually jump to Type 26. And if they do, BAE's basically said that the only way they could actually get more orders through is if they add another yard to the build construction chain. And that's probably going to be Portsmouth. It's going to be every year started.
Yeah, although then Portsmouth will probably take some of the Type 31 work, so that some of the yard space for Type 31s up north can be switched over to 26s.
Well,
the one limitation of Portsmouth is there's not a huge amount of space.
Yeah.
Actually, there without some very major renovation work because of the fact as a yard it's 500 years old.
I think probably what they'd be doing is they'd be building sections in Portsmouth to speed up the construction, if that makes sense. Rather than building full units in Portsmouth, they build sections in Portsmouth. Because that you could do, and then BAE don't have to do any special deals with Babcock. Which saves the money.
Although I did get a very confused job advert or recruiter's email, which kind of shows me that either the recruiter has no idea what they're talking about. This is for a USG posting or US contract posting. because they wanted a licensed electrician for union contract work, but they must also be a licensed journeyman plumber or hold a journeyman plumber's license for an electrician's billet.
That's a very unique set of
That's
skills.
a very specific person you're looking for.
No, that is an impossibility because if it's first off, IBU doesn't really recognize state licenses.
Yeah.
So if you are a union contract position, you are an IBU electrician, and most IBU electricians, even if they're rated as journeymen, don't have journeyman's licenses in their jurisdictions. Because many of them say, why am I going to pay the state a couple $100 every 2-3 years for something I don't need?
Yeah.
And your job description makes no mention of plumbing duties, yet allegedly you also want them to have a journeyman plumber's license? Well, which journeyman plumber's license?
Ooh.
Many jurisdictions have multiple because there's gas fitters, HVAC, geothermal techs, boiler techs.
I think we can
That can all
safely
be
say they
considered
didn't.
plumbers.
They didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know what they were doing. Also,
Yes.
check your mic because you keep going weird in the range.
I'm cutting really badly. Oh,
Okay.
I know why I'm cutting really badly. Because my headset died. So Discord, I'm working off of my phone mic. So I have turned into Dr. Dan, and Dr. Dan has turned into me. My apologies, Dr. Dan. You did not want to turn into me.
Colin Cameron. I was reading a book about Sea Lion, and it mentions 9.2-inch guns being emplaced for counter-battery fire at UK ports. Were these from armoured cruisers or cancelled World War designs? Are there any left? Some were the leftover guns from the armoured cruisers, and some were literally just in the gun storage. If you go round, we saw some in Rottnest Island, didn't we, in Australia? There are lots of some very interesting 9.2-inch guns based around all sorts of places, and I think there are some still in the UK.
Yeah, there's the 9.2-inch Mark 10, which is a specific shore defense variant, which is it's the one we saw at Rottnest, and it's the majority of the ones at Gibraltar that are still around.
Yeah.
But when I say that it's specialized for shore defense, it is basically it's the naval gun, but manufactured in such a way as to remove some of the at-sea specific treatments that make the naval guns somewhat more expensive.
Yeah,
but fundamentally, if you took some of the period 9.2-inch naval guns out of armored cruisers and put them in place, there would not really be all that much difference between them.
If I remember correctly, there's an inch difference. I'm not sure if it's the Mark 9, which is an inch longer than the Mark 10, or the Mark 10 is an inch longer than the Mark 9.
There's all sorts of mild caliber variations.
Yeah.
But they absolutely, in case of Sea Lion, there absolutely were 9.2-inch installations on the south coast that would have been used. Yeah. And some of them by World War II would have been guns that had been pulled off of the last armored cruisers and been retained mostly for training and testing purposes, but could then be put back into service.
I think the best preserved battery of 9.2-inch guns is one at St. David's in Bermuda, from memory, because I remember it's on my list. It's on my list of places to go. Yeah,
the ones at the top of Gibraltar are in really good condition as well. So it's the Mark 9 is the coast defense variant, and it's a 47 caliber, which is fundamentally the same gun as the Mark 10, which is the armored cruiser gun for most of
Isn't the other way around? Isn't the Mark 10,
no.
which is I'm sure it's the Mark 10, which is the land defense gun, the Mark 9 is the cruiser gun.
I will take the hit.
No, it's the I think there's the Mark 10 Star or Mark 10. The confusingly, I think it's at Rottnest there was it was a Mark 10X, like superscript X instead of Star.
which
I'm
may
sh-
just be
I'm sure it's the Mark 10 is the land one and the Mark 9 is the ship one.
just so two things quickly. One,
I'm
I
gonna
will
look it up.
take the hit and go to Bermuda on behalf of Shipshape to check out the quality of the guns there.
I'm so glad you'll take the hit for us, Dr. Dan. It's so nice of you to take the hit of having to go to Bermuda to check out the guns.
I've just checked the photos. The photos I took at Gibraltar. The guns at Gibraltar are Mark 9s. But I think the Mark 10s were both cruiser guns and coast defense guns as well.
Because I've got up my list of shore placements, and they're all listed as Mark 10s, and the Mark 9s are on the ships.
Yeah,
because the Mark 10s are listed as the ones which are
the
longer.
Mark 10 is used ashore and at sea.
Yeah.
But the Mark 9 is definitely a shore-based gun, or at least a majority shore-based gun, because I've scrolled through my breach photos of every Mark 9.2 that's still at Gibraltar, and they're all Mark 9s.
Okay.
And then you've got the Mark 11, which is the last generation one, that you find on this. I think it's the secondary battery of the Lord Nelsons, and it's also the Minotaur and its guns, and they're the ones that were theoretically going to be on the Invincibles if the Invincibles had been actual armored cruisers as opposed to dreadnought armored cruisers.
Oh, you mean the Mark 9.2, the 9.2 inch special that went on those armored cruisers? I've stuck a link in the chat to iBiblio have got an appendix from the official British history which lists where all of the 9.30 there were 34 9.2 inch guns in position in fixed defences of home ports by November 1940.
Yep.
Yeah, and then with that number of guns, there's going to be a lot of ex-armored cruiser guns.
Yeah,
Yes.
so there were 34 there. There was also I've just been reading something about Singapore, and they had quite a lot. But I can't remember where I put that or where I scribbled notes about it. There were a surprisingly large number of 9.2 inch guns floating around.
Yep.
Or possibly less surprising.
Stafford Thompson. Nice question. Can the President of the USA name ships? And if so, will USS Charlie Kirk become? No, President
Can we
can't
not touch
name
this
ships.
one?
I'm just going to be honest and answer the first one. Presidents can't really name ships. Naming ships in the US is fun with Congress and all sorts of things. In the nicest way, if you want to see a presidency get into trouble fast, try and get involved in naming of ships.
They can put a lot of pressure on the Secretary of the Navy to choose specific names, though.
They can do, but it's trying to case of it's a case of they can put pressure on the Secretary of the Navy. But that Secretary of the Navy is going to have issues with the committees, especially in Congress. It is going to take up a lot of their political capital. In a nice way, Hesgarth has been experiencing this because of the name changes they did do. So I don't.
And to be honest, I think if there's going to be any name changes, I mean, I'm personally sitting there waiting for there to be a big bun fight in the US over the naming of the last few, well, not the last few Fords total, but the last few Fords to be ordered. Because if you remember, right at the end of the last US administration, they came out and announced that they were going to, I think was it going to be the Clinton and
the Bush,
H.W. Bush,
W. Bush,
because they've already had the first one.
They've got the George W. Bush is coming in.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for that particular bun fight because I can see the current U.S. administration not wanting at least one of those ships to be named as such. Well, and personally, I'd actually support the U.S. carrier naming going back to the old school style, but in the event that they do, it's like it's a bit of a brinksmanship thing, because theoretically, if they keep the naming system the way it's going, then the next carrier after that is going to be the Obama.
Yeah.
But if they stop those two current carriers and they switch them back over to things like Lexington and Saratoga and so forth, then it also means that
there's no USS Trump.
If you kill the idea, you don't get one. Yeah, you don't get a Trump.
And don't take this the wrong way. I know I shouldn't, but just for the name, I do want a USS Trump. Just because I want to hear the US has deployed the Trump factor. I just want it. I know it's childish. I do realize this. It's terrible, but I just think the name will be just. I know. They'll probably make it the Donald something Trump though, which will actually ruin it. I would just want the Trump, USS Trump, the Trump card, the Trump factor. Yeah.
If it is, if that is ordered, it will get shortened to Trump, just like you have the Reagan.
I think the main trouble I can see coming is that currently Bill Clinton is supposed to replace the Teddy Roosevelt. And I consider that a bit of an insult to Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt. I'm sorry, I do. Because there is nowhere near as much. Clinton is nowhere near as good a president as Teddy Roosevelt was. And I think most Americans would agree with me as well. It kind of feels like the Navy's going on a downhill on that, but they have had they are replacing the Carl Vinson with a Doris Miller, and that's definitely an upgrade. And Dwight D. Eisenhower with the Enterprise. We've got I don't know why they've had a second John F. Kennedy so quickly. They had a John F. Kennedy not that long ago. I've got another one.
Well, it was a conventional one.
Kennedy is a icon of American politics.
And he was Navy.
Yeah.
Wasn't there two Kennedys in office?
Yeah, but not one. And only one became president. Robert didn't make it.
I mean, personally, I'd be in favour of just running from Enterprise forward and going, stuff it, we're going back to the old naming system, because that was a lot better. Plus, I'm kind of still slightly salty that they cancelled the Essex class reprisal. Because for a brief moment, it looked like they were ascending to Royal Navy levels of ship naming.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I understand naming the ballistic missile subs after states, so you can't have a ballistic missile sub called Reprisal, which would be the absolute pièce de résistance. But then again, we have literally named our ballistic missile sub Vengeance, just in case it was not clear what its purpose was for. Having a carrier called Reprisal would be really cool.
I think having USS Yorktown carry is something which is being missed, because Enterprise is lovely, but Enterprise's sister was Yorktown, and it's being forgotten. Goofy Goober, yes, you are hearing Drax's voice. The thing is, we've changed to a stage system, which means it doesn't display who's actually here chatting away in the chat. We're going to figure that out by the time we do this next time.
Oh, wait a minute.
I've just realised the previous
to work.
I've just realised that the previous Yorktown, the Tycho, was is decommissioned now.
Yeah, so you could have had Yorktown.
The name's actually free, and there hasn't been a Hornet since the last Hornet, so you could actually just go Enterprise Yorktown Hornet, have the class back.
I don't think I'd necessarily replace Doris Miller, because of who that's named after. It's quite a cool story and does probably deserve something.
I know he does deserve a ship named after him, but it's very out of step with U.S. carrier naming convention, even with the mess that it is at the moment.
Yeah, it is very much a politics thing.
It's 100% politics, and I can also 100% live with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, from a political side of things, I can understand why it was done. On the other hand, it's just the naming purist in me goes, no, I want I want the old school stuff back, please.
Yes, but that is something I do sometimes have to remember with you and me. We are naming historical purists. We are not necessarily representative of the wider world. But there again, we know what we're talking about, so we need to have more of a say on this thing. Damn it. Okay.
Well, I am permanently entertained by the fact that at one point the Royal Navy managed to have 3 ships named after the Duke of Wellington just by using slightly different forms of his name.
Yes. This is a skill. Okay. Team Locker. Why does the US Coast Guard not get the credit for their actions in World War II that they deserve? Because the US
Coast Guard is
Navy
the
doesn't...
red-headed child of the uniformed services.
To an extent, yes, but also because for the Coast Guard, doing the war actions they did were necessary, but they're not part of their duties. They're not something they're going to start singing up because that's not going to recruit people. That's not what they're there to do. So it's something they do in wartime because they're needed to, not because it's what they're there to do. So they don't spend as much time advertising it as other people do, which means they tend to get overlooked. It's kind of like,
But I mean,
if you're asking
to
the
be
UK, why did the SAS get credit for things the SBS did? And it's because the SBS don't talk about it, because honestly, the SBS has never had the similar recruitment issues as the SAS occasionally has.
and I mean, I think the other thing is it's the same reason why, people know about all the the carrier admirals, the battleship admirals. They know who all of that they are.
Yeah.
They don't know about the escort commanders and so forth because it's not as glamorous. And so with the best will in the world, the Coast Guard at best, the sort of the best battle, quote unquote, a Coast Guard ship could hope for would be sinking a submarine.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, the anti-submarine escorts generally on the Allied side don't really get the sort of the credit that they are really due.
Well, you've sort of joined my crusade over the years over the fact that people don't give the names of destroyers in books. Their list goes, and there's 11 destroyers, and you go, which destroyers? What were they? That tells you so much about a task group. What destroyers do they select? And you go, and it's just so annoying, but people don't write it out, and that's why I make a big thing in the books I do of listing out the destroyers that are there, listing out the destroyers that are involved. And it's a case of they need to be.
But that's because for the Americans it's just a long list of people's names, whereas for the British it's things like HMS Snarl, Witchet.
Well, to be fair, I kind of find it's with the US destroyers. Weirdly, some of them, as time has gone on, because of various things in modern culture, they've actually acquired slightly random, funny meanings, at least to me. Because back, however many uncomfortable number of years ago it was that I first started looking up the Guadalcanal campaigns, there's the relatively pedestrianly named destroyer USS Blue, which has a very good survival track record. I mean, it's around right at the beginning of US naval involvement in World War II, and it's still popping up in it's popping up off Okinawa somehow still around. It hasn't been kamikazed or torpedoed or anything. But when you first read about it, you're like, oh, okay, it's just a ship. But of course, anyone who's a devotee of the Jurassic Park series is like, now, you're looking at it 10, 15 years down the line, like, oh, USS Blue. Now you're imagining the thing with a velociraptor on the bow or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, but that's, yeah. I think that I think it's mostly just the fact that the Coast Guard and pretty much everyone who is doing a similar role just doesn't get mentioned because they didn't generally get involved in big flashy battles.
Yeah. All right, next question. And this is from Harald Grudsen, and it's a nice one about Norwegians. If the Norwegian Navy had replaced the Einsvold and Torkenstold class in 1930s, would it have been a new coastal defence ship or another class, and how will it affect the Battle of Narvik? Well, if they go for a coastal defence ship, there are 2 actual designs in construction, which are the Finnish Vanmoinen and the Sverige class from the Swedes. And they are and they are both in construction in the 20s, and in that sort of period, and also being reconstructed in that sort of period. So if they are, there are options. But do we think they actually go with a coastal defense ship?
For the Norwegians, it makes a certain amount of
It
sense.
does.
I wouldn't go with the Weinemonen and Ilmarinen,
No.
mostly because they're not the world's most stable vessels, which
No.
is okay if you can choose when and where you're deploying them along the coast in the Baltic. But when Norway has a North Sea coast, that's not a good idea. The Sveriges would be or some very mildly modified version of them would be a pretty good bet, except for the fact they cost a lot of money relative to Norway's economy.
There again, if they are already replacing the Eidsvoll and Torgers, the other option is they go to Britain and they ask Britain to build something. Like they have done with the previous ones.
Remember they rejected whichever one of Glatten and Gorgon actually
I
survived
think it was
almost
Gorgon?
entirely on the basis
Gorgon's
of
based on
Yeah.
the ship they had to upgrade their dry docks with the blisters. That shows you how like strapped for cash they were, because their options at that point would basically be, if they were going to go for something that's significantly larger and therefore has an actual increase in capability, they'd have to either spend a huge amount of money on infrastructure upgrades, or they'd have to do kind of what the South American countries were doing, which is, the South American countries, they bought dreadnoughts but sent them back to either the UK or the US, depending on which one you're talking about, or refits.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the Norwegians could do that, I suppose, but whether they'd want to do that, I don't know.
I think they're most likely, if they end up with a coastal defense ship, it's something based off a Sverige class, and if they have freed up the money to do that, because basically the whole reason they don't is because they don't want to free up the money, but if they have freed up the money to do that, then you probably get about 3 of them replacing the 4 ships. Of the Torkenskjold and Eidsvoll, you get about 3 replacing them. But they are going to be in improvements, because let's be honest, the Sverige is... It's 4 11-inch guns in 2 twin turrets, it's 8 6-inch guns, it's 6 3-inch guns, and some 18-inch torpedoes. It's got pretty much an 8-inch belt, it's got 2 inches of deck armor, 8 inches on the turrets, and a control tower, and it's got some very interesting torpedo defenses built into them.
Although to be fair, if I was in the Norwegian Navy in the interwar period and told we're replacing Norge and Eidsvoll
and
or Torkenskjold or any arbitrary number of their coastal defense ships, I personally wouldn't actually go for another coast defense ship.
What do you go for?
I would actually, believe it or not, I'd pick up a call to the Marine Nationale and say I'd like to order some contre-torpilleurs on a slightly modified design. Because if you took the big contre-torpilleurs, the French super destroyers, if you downrated the guns...
I knew you were going to get rid of the 18-pounder guns. I knew you were doing it. The 138.6mm. No, we're getting rid of that. I'm going to an 18.
Yeah, so
going to something that works.
I would downrate that to a twin mount, something maybe in the region of a... I'd want to go for twin 4.5, but
4.7. That's available from Britain.
No, because I'd want them to be fully dual purpose.
Well, then, in the period you're talking about, the 4.5 is not available, so it's got to be the 4.
I know, that's why I'd like the 4.5, but I'm not going to get it. So I would actually, for Norway's specific needs, I would actually go for twin 4s.
Mm-hmm.
And use the saved weight to increase my torpedo loadout and mine capacity, because I wouldn't be taking... Because, yes, the twin 4s don't offer quite as much long-distance anti-shipping firepower, but from a Norwegian defence perspective, that's largely irrelevant because I'm not planning on taking on an enemy fleet at sea. What I should be doing is deploying mines in the face of an enemy fleet coming in, and then catching them at close range with torpedo and gunfire barrages in the fjords, at which point having a modified contre-torpilleur hull, I think, makes an awful lot of sense, because I've got the speed to very rapidly deploy up and down the Norwegian coast. It also means I've got the speed and power to outmaneuver other destroyers and so forth in a knife fight in the fjords. I've got the number of guns, and at close range, if you're thinking, think about Narvik when we were there. If you're fighting up and down Narvik's fjord, the fact that your 4-inch gun doesn't have a particularly long range really doesn't matter compared to the fact you'll be chucking shells down range at point blank like there's no tomorrow.
Your rate of fire will be massive.
Yeah,
I'll
and
just
you've
deal
got
with
an
a quick question from the
inbuilt
chat.
self-defense capability.
That's a quick question. Would the Deutschlands have made reasonable coastal defense ships? Potentially, but honestly, they're going to be even more expensive and even more problematic than the Sverige class to put in. That's
Yeah, and they're designed for long distance cruising.
Yeah, they
so, I mean, you could rip out the diesels and replace them with turbines, because again, this is a problem with the Norwegians. They've got an extremely long coastline, so anything they build I think needs to be able to deploy or redeploy very rapidly, because let's face it, they don't have the money to have a
Lots of
decent
these
defense
ships,
force
no.
at Narvik and at Bergen and at Oslo.
No.
Which means you're going to have a force that can redeploy from one or the other, or insert other applicable Norwegian port.
But I think,
and that means speed. I mean, the other alternative would be maybe to develop the Abdiel class into some kind of coastal defense vessel, because the Abdiels in a lot of ways are sort of what I'm going for already, in that they're high speed with twin 4-inch mounts, but the Abdiels are extremely heavily, for obvious reasons, modified for mine laying. So if you took an Abdiel hull form and maybe had slightly fewer mines and somewhat more torpedoes, you might be in with a shout there. Or possibly design V, the tribal and Dido ancestor.
Could do, but I think the reality is they'll probably go for, if it's the Norwegian government. Let's be honest, we're talking about the same government which does have pre-World War One submarines on their books and mobilized for World War Two. I kid you not, those Type A's give me hives every time I think about them. But leaving that to one side, I think I have a feeling with that sort of government, they would, if they're going to replace a coastal defense ship, they'll think immediately they have to replace it with a coastal defense ship. They won't think what should be what are our options. They'll just think, we are replacing a coastal defense ship, therefore we must buy a coastal defense ship.
I was thinking about the E-class instead of the Abdiels. They've got the speed, but they're an older design.
No, if they were looking at, in the period we're talking about, which is in the 1930s, it would be an Arafusa or Leander. And if they're going for a British cruiser design, they wouldn't go for an E-class. They're far too. They're an old design. Nice the way the British don't even build that type of hull anymore at that point. They haven't got their jigs left for that to mould the steel. Because if you look, you can see they're using the same shaping jigs for the steel plates for the C's, the D's, and the E's. And basically, they then, by the time you got to Leanders, you've got an entirely new jig setup.
Of course, the other left field alternative would be to try and buy some Omahas off of the US.
Oh, that could be fun.
Because then you could, buy some Omahas with a refit. So take out the semi-pointless casement mounts. Replace the twin 6s with twin 5-inch 38s, cut down the superstructure because you don't need the casement mounts anymore, maybe stick a couple more 5-inch 38s in there somewhere, reinstall the torpedo tubes, and then you actually have some armor, not a lot, but some torpedo capability, relatively decent size, high speed, and decent dual-purpose firepower.
I can go for one even more Frankenstein
the US
option.
would probably be happy to let you have them for fairly cheap.
I can go for an even more Frankenstein option. They could buy the Dantons off the French.
Yeah, but they're never going to find anywhere to put those. if you buy a Danton with Norwegian shipyard capabilities, you might as well just do a Canopus and ground one at the entrance of each port, and just say, "Welcome to our weirdly ship-shaped fortress."
And in nice way, the problem at Narvik, and I've talked about this for the ships again, is they are kept trapped solo because of the way the government sets up the rules of engagement, and B, so they're not able to mutually support each other. And if you had that operating as a pair, you wouldn't have had the situation whereby one could basically be ambushed and then the other one picked off. They would have been able to do. It would be in a case of the German destroyers would have gone, well, okay, we have to divide our fire. And that's a very bad situation to be in if you're the German destroyers, because the guns that the defense ships have, if they hit, they're going to cause a lot of damage, especially with troops on the deck. They're going to wipe out the troops on deck. So it would be an interesting thing if they just had better rules of engagement, let alone better ships. Leslie Mitchell, this is an interesting question. What was the best destroyer in the Axis for its combat area? Best destroyer for its combat area in the Axis forces.
Nothing. Okay. A. Nothing German. B. Italians just. The problem is the Italians didn't build. They countered the contre-torpilleurs with their light cruisers, and they, not only the condottieri, and also then the Capitani Romani. So they didn't go for big destroyers, and their destroyers were a little bit disappointing. And then I don't really know much about the Japanese ones. They just seem to be.
I mean, I'd go for the Akazukis if I had to pick any. Mostly because they have those 3.9-inch 100mm dual-purpose guns, so they actually have some level of self-defense capability for anti-air use. And they do show up in a fair number of engagements. And also, that they have the rather interesting distinction of there are actually some left by the end of the war. They have a 50% loss rate, but when you compare that to the Yugamos, which have a 100% loss rate, and the Kageros, which are like a 95% loss rate, and well, yeah, you look through, it's like almost all the Japanese destroyer classes have a 95 to 100% loss rate, with the exception of them, basically. And admittedly, that's because some of the Akazukis are completed a little bit later, but still, a 50% loss rate is the lowest loss rate of any Japanese destroyer class.
I think the Matsudo class do okay, don't they? But they're not really. They're more destroyer escorts than destroyers. Let's be honest. But I seem to remember they have their class. There was about 33 of them built, and only 10 of them lost.
The Matsus, yeah, they're the little sort of, they're basically frigates.
Yeah.
Emergency frigates, and they're only coming online right at the very end of the war.
Yes, but they still have a survival rate. There's only 10 lost. That's still
There's only 10 lost, mostly because the US can't be bothered to sink them.
Yeah.
Most of them are launched and then basically just go straight into hiding, waiting for the inevitable invasion.
Yeah.
And then not a lot happens to them. So some of them are only commissioned like a month or two before Japan surrenders. You got to give the US carrier forces at least a chance to find the blasted things.
There's a chance. They have a chance. They have a chance. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean based purely on survival and at least on paper capabilities, the Akazukis are probably, to my mind, the best of the Japanese destroyers. And since the Kriegsmarine gets an automatic disqualification, it's just a case of. I mean, some of the Italian destroyer classes do okay, but I think a lot of that is the Italian destroyer captains doing a huge amount with what they've got rather than any particularly brilliant designs. They do have a couple of really nice designs on paper, but not that actually get built and deployed.
I would say I have a bit of a warm heart when I talk about the Oriani class, but that's mostly because they achieve quite a lot for what they're armed with. They did quite well with what they were armed with, and what they were armed with was two twin 4.7-inch guns, two single 4.7-inch star shell guns, some machine guns, and some about 6 torpedoes and some mines. And they're basically these lovely little sort of 1,700-ton ships, and you're not quite sure what the Japanese, what the Italians have spent the sort of the weight on, because once you look at them, it's sort of going. So you're carrying 6 4.7-inch guns, 6 torpedo launchers with only one set of reloads, 4 twin 13.2mm machine guns. And you have a full load displacement of 2,500 tons. But you're claiming your top speed is only 33 knots. And they actually did buy boilers from Thornycroft. They didn't use Italian-made boilers. They bought Thornycroft boilers.
Random question.
Yeah.
I just randomly found that I have a Predator kit for 40K.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Should I take that as an indication that I have a problem when I don't remember that I bought said kit at all?
Look, it's
well, is it in the box or is it just the sprues?
No, it's in a box. It's just sitting in my pile.
All right.
Look, I think you've just spent enough time with me. You finally realised the finer art of 40K is having enough tanks. That is the art. That is the art. You know, as speaking as the proud possessor of an Iron Wolves chapter, not a Legion, not quite strong enough yet. Tanks are the way to go in 40K.
Petchington,
Tanks and
my
dreadnoughts.
pile of shame, when expressed as a shelf, wouldn't look out of place in a game store.
I'm actually in the process of reducing my pile of shame. I'm not sure whether I'm going to do it before, probably not before I go to Japan, probably when I get back. I'm going to do a bit of a sell-off on my website of stuff that I'm never going to get around to actually completing. Which is going to be interesting, because I came across a project I vaguely remember acquiring the bits for in the early 2010s. And I'm still not entirely sure what all the bits are, but as far as I've been able to tell, there's a good chunk of a Baal Predator, most of a Baneblade, a good chunk of a drop pod, and an entire Russian T-35 multi-turret tank kit. I think, if I remember correctly, my plan was to go full interwar Russian and make a custom Baneblade variant that just had infinite turrets on turrets on turrets. And I'm looking at that and going, well, given that it's been sitting in various boxes for at least 15 years, I'm clearly never going to get round to this thing. And I've even forgotten exactly what I wanted to do with it. So I'm just going to put it up for sale for like 30 quid or something and let someone else have at it.
I went looking for a Kaivan Shrike kit that I want to kit bash into a no longer legal in 10th ed captain with rifle. and I wound up finding both Shrike and a Predator and a Lieutenant and another captain in Phobos armor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean-
You see, this is the thing is, I only ever allow myself to have a maximum of 4 models in stock at any one point to build. So I cannot buy any more till I've built one of the 4.
You mean 4 armies, right?
No 4 models. Again, though, remember functioning insomniac. I find hours in my day you guys do just never have access to. You'll need to sleep.
Well,
that's a terrible time waster, as I keep telling you.
I never have willing access to those, and usually by the time I figure out that I have access to those, I'm like 3 or 4 hours into those. So, you know.
I must admit, I may have found a new plastic crack addiction, which I've actually been building while this has been going on. Because I got invited to the We Have Ways History Festival.
Oh.
Which was actually, it was remarkably fun.
Mm-hmm.
I must admit, it's probably one of the better history festivals I've attended in recent years. In as much as I spent eBay Friday listening somewhat to lectures and somewhat to going around visiting all the reenactment things and everything. And then having spent all day Friday on my feet, I woke up on Saturday and went, I actually want to go back because there's stuff I haven't seen and other lectures I want to listen to, which other similar things like Chalk Valley.
We are a one and done usually on Chalk Valley.
To be honest, by like 3 in the afternoon at Chalk, I'm just like, I'm bored now. I want to go home.
No. By 3 in the afternoon, you and I at Chalk are A, either winding people up, or B, having competition to decide which of the ice cream vans has the best ice cream in it.
Yeah.
Because that's what we did last year. We actually ended up. We went with 6 ice creams just to work this out.
Chocolate dinosaurs and mead.
I did discover and there will be a short video I'm going to do. I've recorded about this lot, which I'm going to put up maybe next week. There's a company they've got a game system called Krieg.
Oh, I've seen their stuff.
Oh no!
And it's basically World War II tabletop wargaming, except all the models are made out of Lego. Or honestly, not Lego, Governor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm looking at it and going, their price point is actually freaking reasonable. You know, most of their expansion models. I mean, the starter kit is like 60 quid, as most of them are, with all the rulers and dice and rules and everything. But the expansions, when you buy, to buy your various blister packs or whatever, they're mostly single-digit pounds. It's like, I was like, what the heck is this? The 1990s? And on top of it, it's really funny playing with a bunch of Lego stuff. B, if something breaks, I'm like, oh no, the turret fell off my tank. I guess I'll just put it back on again. As opposed to if you do Flames of War or something like that, oh no, my turret snapped off. Oh, well, that's like 16 hours of painting down the drain. And on a related note, when you buy the thing, you assemble the thing, and that's all the money you have to spend on the thing. You don't have to spend its value in paint and glue and time, and then its value again in highly modularized transport solution, so you don't break a 0.25 millimeter antenna off something.
It's actually worse than that, because I know exactly what you're talking about. The reason I know exactly what you're talking about is you can also sign up for £17 a month subscription, and they send you a monthly load of army equipment. And so you don't know what's being sent, but you get all the things as soon as they're produced, and it's so £17 a month, and you get all sorts of interesting things sent to you. And when I was speaking to them, they were like, well, if you want to design a TOG 2 in Bricklink Studio that's to the scale, then send it in and we might produce it.
And when I spoke to them about doing a naval expansion, they were very friendly. They explained basically the issue. The main issue is if they do a naval expansion, if they make each ship visually distinct enough, they're going to end up essentially at the Kobe size and price range.
Yeah.
And with the best will in the world, no one's got the money to do all the floor space to do wargaming with Kobe models. Which would mean they'd either have to do it at small scale, like Cruel Seas, so MTBs, MGBs, Schnellboots, that kind of stuff, or they'd have to come up with some way of doing a slightly more abstracted set of ships that somehow retain a certain degree of visual recognition.
At the risk of sounding awful, you could always just do it with the same sort of thing you do with when you're playing battleships.
Mm.
This is 5 blobs long. This is my carrier. This is 4 blobs long. It is my battleship. This is 3 blobs long. It is my cruiser.
You could do. I mean, I've seen some vaguely visually distinctive Lego ship creations that would fit onto roughly the kind of scale and price point they're doing Brickskrieg at. It is a little bit harder to pull off than the land-based stuff. But I mean, just to give you some idea of how easy this stuff is, just while we've been chatting, I've assembled an entire battery of 25-pounder field guns, a Stug 3, and I'm halfway through doing a Cromwell. So I could be at risk of disappearing down this particular rabbit hole.
Okay, I will send my commiserations to the Princess and the Friendly Sea Mine. Okay, Michael Cooch's next question. Before Dan starts buying stuff from their website, Michael Cooch's next question, and this is a fun one for me in track, but I think everyone's going to enjoy this as well. What were the differences between naval combat in the Anglo-Dutch Wars and the Napoleonic Wars? What technical, tactical, technological changes caused them? Anglo-Dutch Wars versus Napoleonic Wars. The main thing you have
was actually a form of command and control in the Napoleonic Wars.
Yeah, they have the signal book. Also, I would argue that their ships have grown in size. They're bigger than they were in the Anglo-Dutch Wars, and they can take a lot more of a pounding from the sea and still fight, which means storms, whilst they still have a massive impact on operations, don't have so much impact on terms of if a ship's undamaged going into a storm, it has a good chance of getting through it in vaguely one piece. Whereas in the Anglo-Dutch period, there are still times where whole squadrons are lost to storms.
I would say also gunnery. I mean, as maligned as most Franco-Spanish gunnery is in the Napoleonic Wars, even French and Spanish gunnery, if you hung around long enough, could put you in a position of having to surrender. I mean, just look at poor old Belle Isle at Trafalgar. Even with the notoriously terrible Franco-Spanish gunnery there, she is completely dismasted before she reaches the battle. The fact they then hoist a jury mast and sail through and fight anyway is neither here nor there. But the rate of fire and the lethality of gunnery in the Anglo-Dutch Wars is significantly less.
Yes.
That's why you can have things like the 4 days battle, because the vast majority of ships are not damaged particularly by the first or the second day, and they just keep going until. And there's a lot more. There's a lot more boarding actions as a result, because they're spraying each other with gunfire, occasionally doing some damage, but most of the time it's we've shot at them a bunch, and now we've drifted close enough. Let's try boarding actions. But as I said, I think the single biggest difference is command and control, because you vaguely get both sides. Like their command and control feat is essentially, we got our fleets into roughly the same area as each other. Now let's have a go at each other.
Whereas by the time you get to the Anglo-Dutch, you get a far denser command structure for starters. You get far more senior officers in the Napoleonic Wars, but also you do have the signals. You also have them actually talking about tactics. This is the thing. In the Anglo-Dutch Wars, most of the senior officers wouldn't think to have a conversation with their captains about their tactics. They would just go, "You're going to follow me and follow me into battle, basically, and go charging and expect everyone to follow them." You know, you wouldn't get something like, "Okay, we're going to have this column attack here, this column attack there, and this just follow me." Basically, would be.
I mean, there's also the fact that you get people. I mean, it depends on which Anglo-Dutch wars you're looking at, obviously, but if you're looking at the right ones, you get people like Monk and Blake, and they're setting the stage. They are developing the tactics that will, and obviously De Ruyter and Tromp on the other side. They are the ones who are developing the tactics that will become the line of battle tactics for the majority of the Age of Sail.
Oh yeah.
So, whereas the Napoleonic Wars is kind of, here is the epitome of classic Age of Sail tactics, and various people, including Nelson, coming up with ways to break a system that's almost become ossified, whereas the early Anglo-Dutch wars, especially with the Commonwealth Navy, they're coming up with this as a first iteration. It's the opposite end of everything. I must admit, I do want to do a series on the Anglo-Dutch wars at some point, if for no other reason than I'm perpetually comically amused by some of the battles where Sovereign of the Seas wades into the fight, immediately loses control because it is many things, but maneuverable is not one of them.
And then just kind of is kind of Warspite spirit animal. I do swear it's
it just kind of vaguely drifts through the Dutch fleet, just randomly fighting anyone who comes close enough, and it's so large that it ends up basically under siege by multiple Dutch ships, and but none of them even combined have the manpower or the firepower to take or sink it. And yeah, they do things like they try fire ships, they try putting out special rewards. At one point they do manage to mob it. I think they end up mobbing it with like 5 or 6 ships, and it's looking like maybe in a couple of hours the Great Siege of the Sovereign of the Seas might end in a Dutch victory. But it's such a prolonged engagement that the rest of the fleet manages to get around to sending reinforcements to help. So the Dutch don't manage to take it then. But it is just a perpetually amusing series of engagements. And also, actually, the other reason I like the Anglo-Dutch Wars is because it's nowhere near one-sided. It's one of the reasons I haven't really done a kind of a mini series covering the Napoleonic Wars, because like if you do the War of 1812, there's British victories and there's American victories, so there's a little bit of variety going on. If you do the Napoleonic Wars, it's like, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to week 52 of the Royal Navy steals or sinks everybody else's ships. And occasionally we're doing an April Fool's special where the French or the Spanish might win one. Whereas if you do the Anglo-Dutch Wars, it's like, oh, actually, this is 50-50. It could go either way.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Italians in comics. They can either be a really interesting guy or a really bad guy, but they're never. They're always one or the other. Never. That's what interesting. For those wondering what Raleigh's complaining about, please note it's the Ralsonian calendar, as we talk about regularly. As far as he's concerned, it's his bedtime. The trouble is, as far as everyone else is concerned, it isn't his bedtime. So sorry, no, he doesn't get to complain and go to bed. He will get collected when it is his time for bed. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't start at 9 o'clock every single night. He's going, it's my bedtime, I need to go to bed. But he's not allowed. He doesn't get to tell everyone when they have to go to bed. So Ramal, Karen.
Sorry, I was just going to say one last thing about the Anglo-Dutch Wars. The other thing I really, 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 really like about them is because the battles are so sprawling and so massive. You're talking about hundreds of ships spread out over dozens and dozens of miles. You can have entire engagements with 60 ships on a side, happily blasting away at each other, and it clearly looks like someone or the other has got an advantage, and then completely apropos of nothing, another 40 ships will show up over the horizon and just come piling in, and the whole thing changes again.
The Anglo-Dutch wars are great for this because the sheer fleet size, and it's always the fun thing because you get people talking to. Sometimes they're looking at the Anglo-Dutch wars versus the Napoleonic wars, and I go, they must be lying about the fleet sizes. They can't have been that big because Nelson at Trafalgar only has this many ships, yet Blake has this many. How come? And you sit there and go, well, also it's because that honestly the Royal Navy in sort of the Napoleonic era is fighting a far more distributed task group style war. We've got small ships, groups of ships going around, relatively speaking. Whereas in the Anglo-Dutch wars, it's almost, this is our whole fleet, and this is our whole fleet. Attack! And
I mean, there's very, very few other naval wars where I will legitimately get to use lines like, and it's De Ruyter with the steel chair.
Yes. Oh.
The Dutch were the last time we had a decent fight.
Yeah. Oh. I like the Dutch. They're very nice. Their chocolates are excellent. Ramol, everyone predicts the Belgian chocolates, which is really good, but let me tell you this, the Dutch chocolates are even better. Ramol, what is your opinion on the USN ending carrier landings as the requirements to get the Wings of Gold or qualify as a naval pilot? Do you think the USN lost its quality to the RN? I don't think it's lost its quality. I think one of the reasons why they've done this is because there's been a whole issue over whether or not it counts if you're a drone pilot. And I think that's one of the problems, and they're trying to... nations are radically trying to stop there being any form of discrimination against drone pilots because of how important they are. And that's what they're trying to do. And I think some of these things coming in, some of these things you're going to hear about, they've stopped this, they've stopped that, and there's requirements, and that's very bad to get... You're you then look and go, actually, no, if you're going the traditional route, you still need to do a carrier landing. But now these requirements have been dropped if you are going the drone pilot route. Because, believe it or not, when drones are landing on carriers, usually, quite often, it goes completely onto a autopilot mode and the person takes their hand off. As I understand it, I'm not sure if Drac might correct me on this, but as I understand it, most of the drone landing systems these days are very highly automated and controlled with various systems to draw them in for them to come in to land, so that because you don't have the same view in flying a drone as you do flying a plane. And so when landing on a carrier, it's easier for it to be... I'm not saying it's landing on autopilot. The pilot's still there watching the controls, but the controls are not so much under their direct control.
Yeah, and I mean, you've also got the issue with especially with carrier landings, and I think they even have this with say non-carrier landings. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That you physically can't do carrier landings with a high-performance drone. Yeah, if you were landing a Reaper or something with a prop blade of some kind, fine. Mm-hmm. But there is still a very small amount of control lag, because ultimately even if you're on the carrier, your signal you have to make your decision. Well, it's the loop, isn't it? It's like the cameras on the drone are processing images, which they are then transmitting to the carrier, which is then getting sent to your command station. So there is a small amount of lag going on there.
Yeah.
And then you have to, based on that information, which is fractionally out of date, make a decision, which you then input, which then gets sent all the way back out of the carrier to the drone. Then the drone has to process all of that and turn it into command signals. Now, okay,
that's
yes,
even more into out of date than at that point.
Yeah, it all happens at the speed of light, but there's just enough of a control lag that, you can fly the blasted thing, but you may very well smash into your carrier if you try and land on a carrier. Mm-hmm. Because the amount of... I mean, there's a reason carrier landing qualifications are incredibly highly skilled, that you need incredibly highly skilled pilots to do them.
So I think.
You put it on autopilot basically because if you used a manned option,
you wouldn't have any aircraft left by the end of it. No.
Yeah.
So basically, that's where it's come from, and the Royal Navy is probably going to go the same route because they have to. Chandler Chandel, what World War II ship type would Alvaro de Bazan, Pierre-André de Soffren, and André Doria be best suited for? Well, Doria is a Condottiere.
I can't say anything.
Soffren is a cruiser. Alvaro de Bazan, what is... Oh, isn't there a ship named after Alvaro de Bazan in World War II? Actually, Doria's
a Spanish one.
Yeah, Doria's not a Condottiere, is he? André Doria?
No, she's a
battleship.
Doria's a battleship.
Yeah.
So, apologies, but I just realized that my mic has been muted for at least the last 5 minutes. Quick
we're ignoring you.
I'm used to being ignored. There's usually a different taste to the air when I'm being ignored versus having my mic muted.
So, pray tell.
It's kind of like the intonation on pronouns when somebody is deliberately misgendering me versus just having a human moment. On the drone thing, why don't they just give a different set of wings like they do for helo pilots, if I remember correctly, or well, they were doing, at least in spirit, when they were transiting from prop to jet.
I don't know. I have a suspicion it's because helo pilots do the whirly, and everything else is fixed wing.
Probably. Alvaro de Bazan, if he was, it would probably have to be a cruiser, but wasn't one. Wasn't available as one. For some reason, I just looked up. Spanish have an air defense frigate named after him.
Yeah, they do now.
I do now, but for some reason, for many years, he really didn't get anything named after him, which I find rather rude. But there again, it's one of the interesting things. The Spanish were very happy to name stuff after admirals who got beaten by the Royal Navy, but the one admiral who didn't get beaten up by the Royal Navy, they seem to be reluctant to name things after.
Probably in case we turn up to make a point.
Well, don't worry. If you're Portuguese, here's a cheat sheet. If I ever do a naval quiz, if I ask you to name a Portuguese naval ship from any period, just put Vasco da Gama.
Yeah.
You will inevitably be correct, whether that's the 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, or 21st centuries.
Look,
28th century.
Let them be proud of Vasco da Gama. A great guy for the Portuguese. Not so great if you're anyone else on the receiving end of him, but a great guy for the Portuguese. And
he's a fantastic naval individual.
Yes,
but I mean, I've got I've forgotten his name now. Oscar Parks' photographer friend, who was also in the Royal Navy.
Oh yeah, now I remember. I can't remember the name.
Yeah. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
So I've got the majority of his collection of foreign ship photos, because the IWM were chucking them out, and I stole them from the skip. Yeah, that's a whole other story. Anyway,
this is why you and I are hated by the IWM, because we do things like this. When they chuck stuff away, we grab it and save it.
I did get some very funny views from one of the IWM staff who came out with even more photo albums, and they're like, "I don't think you should be doing that." And I was like, "You're throwing it away." I just walked off with them all. Anyway, so obviously, being mostly covering late 19th, early 20th century ships, it's all very, very interesting. And then you get to the Portuguese, and I'm just like, hang on, is this mislabeled? Because in the space of 30 years, they have 3 separate ships called Vasco da Gama.
No, they're just proud of
one
it.
on this page is very, very different from the ship that was 4 pages earlier, but they have the same name.
It underwent a great refit. Don't worry about it.
Multiple great refits.
Well, actually, to be fair, one of them actually is an ironclad that they did a Mesudaya style refit, except good.
Okay, here's a fun one for us. Castaner, if the Philippines were to rebuild Fort Drum, what ship class should they build a statue of?
That?
If you're going to rebuild
Guided
Fort
mist.
Drum, nicest way, probably a Burke is probably the easiest one to build.
Yeah, or what's the South Korean one that's got like N+1 VLS cells?
Sejong the Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or there's the new Japanese one, which is absolutely massive, which we might be going to see the dockyard, the docks of building, because this is one of the reasons why we haven't put out the dates for Tokyo. I'll put out the dates for all the other museums we're going to, but I'm not putting out the dates for Tokyo museums because we've been having interesting conversations with Tokyo museums.
If they call it the Musashi, I will just roll my eyes very, very heavily.
Okay, but the thing is, Tokyo. If the Tokyo museums end up being, and I hope they won't be, because they've been. There are parts of them who've been very, very nice. There are parts of them which have been. I can understand where they're coming from, but if we end up having issues with the recording in the Tokyo museums, basically I have a number to call in the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, and we will be able to go and see some yards where they're currently building ships.
I mean,
Which doesn't mean we won't be able to film, but we will be able to take still photos of. That's the agreement. We won't be able to do video photography. We'll be able to take stills of.
Really?
Which, frankly, I thought for us would not be something we would find objectionable if that's the requirement.
Yeah, well, it's probably something similar to what the Royal Navy has.
Yeah.
If they're going to allow you in at all, then into their naval bases, the usual rule is you can take photographs unless we say otherwise. But then what was it? Yes, you can take photographs unless we say otherwise, but you can't publish them for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Because then after 2 weeks, anything you've taken that isn't sensitive anyway is meaningless. You know, if you take it, when I was on board Queen Elizabeth, they're like, yeah, take all the photos you like of the naval dockyard, just don't publish them for 2 weeks because apart from Daring, that's been there forever and a day, all the other ships will have moved in 2 weeks, so the intel value of this photo will be useless.
Yep.
And this actual sensitive stuff, they just say don't take a photo of.
Which do you think will move first? Daring or Victory?
Oh, don't get me started on that one, please don't. In a nice way, if there was a reason to build
The continental
all 9
plate that we are on.
if we were in a nice way,
Technically, that's already moving.
in the nicest way, the whole reason you build 9 Type 45s is so you could rotate them in and out of mothball status to be for refit, etc., and get things going. So you don't have this stuff happen with Daring, where she was basically overcranked when she first came out and overused because she was the only thing available that could work. And she had all the issues building up as being first in class anyway, and has now been done to such an extent that they took parts out of her to keep others going, and this is why she's going to be so long keeping her to get her back into service. It's just a classic of they've shot themselves in the foot.
Does she need a great repair?
Yes, she does need a great repair. So, Senecanero, what would change if just before World War One, the big dry docks in the British Empire expand to a size so they can take the biggest ship Royal Navy at a time, 4 times half? Okay, is there a second part to this?
I would imagine.
Is there a second part of this? Is Seneca Nero? Is there a second part?
There probably was, but I banned him.
Not again, Dan.
Yeah, it's one of two. Give me a second, and I'll pull it up.
Thank you. Do you want to read out the combined question?
So 2 times the length needed and 2 times the width needed to take the largest warship in the Royal Navy. What changes for the interwar era and what changes for World War II?
So basically all the dry docks in the British Empire expand to a size where they can take take the biggest ship in the Royal Navy at twice the size,
Twice over.
twice the length and twice the width of the largest ship in the Royal Navy at the time. So
Yeah,
the
so
largest ship
they
in the
could
Royal
fit
Navy at the
four-
time is going to be in World War One. Is going to be Tiger.
When is this happening?
Just before World War One. So Tiger.
Just
Yeah, just
before. Ooh.
So
Is Tiger commissioned? I don't
No,
think it was commissioned
it's
before.
going to be Queen Mary. It's going to be Queen Mary, isn't it?
So that would take this theoretical dry dock size would be able to take 4 Queen Marys simultaneously.
So you'd be talking about a dry dock that's 1,400 feet long, minimum. So probably
Yeah.
1,500 feet because so
Yeah.
1,500 feet by about 200 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, you could fit
lot of them.
incomparable in there, and you'd still need gangways.
The nicest way, the Royal Navy's problem at that point would have come, they wouldn't have a problem. In the nicest way, when it comes to building the Admiral class, there would be no, nicest way, there'd be no shrinking for the G3s, would there? In fact, there'd be no
Yeah, I was
trouble
gonna say
designing the
the
G3s.
biggest-
If it's all the largest dry docks in the British Empire, so the ones around the world as well as the ones in Britain, oh, good God! The Admiral class would have 18-inch guns, wouldn't they?
Well, no, I think the Admirals will probably still be as they were because the Admirals are designed specifically to counter what they think the Erzatzyuks are going to be,
Yes.
and turn it, which aren't, but the Mackensons end up being suspiciously close to what they thought the Erzatzyuks were going to be.
Yeah.
But I think the Admirals would still be as they were. I think the big change is going to be in the 20s, because if they've got dry dock capacities of that size, then all the worry when you're looking at the L3 and K3 and M2 designs, where they're going, this is our ideal, but we can't actually fit these in our overseas dry docks. That goes away.
And you just press
At
order.
which point, there's okay, there we go. We'll run with this then.
And the thing is, if they start those, even though they're bigger, if you consider when L's were being designed versus when the G's and the M's were being designed, we're talking about 6 to 8 months earlier. So if they're making the orders 6 to 8 months earlier, how long are far along those ships when the Washington happens? And let's be honest, does that mean you end up with the L being converted into the aircraft carriers?
Well, technically, I think I'm just trying to remember. I think the longest one was actually the I3. Let me take a quick look. Where are we?
Okay.
My question would be, do you even...
K's at 885. Where's I3? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I3 is the largest design. It's November 1920. It's 890 feet at the waterline, 925 feet overall, about 52,000 tons, and it's the one of the 9 18-inch options.
So imagine converting that to an
the
aircraft
armor
carrier.
scheme is basically Hood's armor scheme except all or nothing, with 9 18-inch guns, so 12-inch angled armor. So yeah,
Converting that to an aircraft carrier.
yeah. I mean, the Lexington's at 874 feet overall. So this thing is 50 foot longer than the Lexington's. That's a monstrous vessel.
The Royal Navy would have a very good fleet air on by the time World War II came around.
Well, I think their biggest problem would be communications.
Internally on the ship.
Yeah. It's like action stations, send a runner. They need to tell the far end what's going on.
Well, also too, I think if you even get a Washington Naval Treaty, and don't just take all of the more hawkish members of the various representative or quasi-representative governments across the world look at the British and be like, no. When the talks of arms limitations come in,
Because the British
Yeah, I mean,
have the
if you actually
infrastructure to
get a
support
treaty, I don't-
massive ships, whereas several people don't.
because I know funding for the UK defense industry works differently than it does stateside.
Well, I mean, even the flipping battleships are 850 feet long.
Yeah, but I think if the Treasury has already cut the check or released the funds to the various, either the Navy or the various shipyards, I don't think that the British government at the time is going to really want to completely eat the loss on these romping, stomping, I am two and a half times bigger than almost anything else you guys have planned, let alone laid down, warships.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's either I think you don't get the building holiday in Washington, or if you do, it's kind of a reverse of what it was, where instead of the UK being allowed to, or the UK is allowed to complete something, and everybody else is allowed to do X number of clean sheet designs.
Yeah.
I mean, because at that point, the displacement is so hilarious. I mean, you're talking about like low 50,000 ton displacements. Low, that's far enough beyond even the Lexingtons that no one's going to say it's fair if they go, well, we complete 2 and you complete 2 Lexingtons and someone else completes 2 Amagis, because even the Amagis are, yeah. The Amagis are going to be 10,000 tons adrift. Actually, that could be a real problem.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Japan actually has the industrial capability of building something the size of an I-3.
In a nicest way,
I mean,
the British
certainly try.
The real thing that might happen is, considering the the Congress that comes in after World War One and their views on shipbuilding, etc., you might end up with there not being a naval treaty because the Royal Navy have just built something so big and no one else wants to get in the competition with it because no one else wants to spend the money to actually build the infrastructure to complete it to compete against it.
The one thing I would say is the I-3 design would lose a hell of a lot of weight in a carrier conversion. Because it's got that all over 12-inch armor, there's a lot of armor weight to lose.
Oh yes. I still think it would be roughly a 40,000 ton carrier.
Yeah, but what I could see happening is
tons in any shape or form.
You could end up with, however, I mean, because they were planning on building 4 and 4 for the N3s and the G3s. Mm-hmm. So let's say you've got 4 I3s laid down for some reason. I could potentially see people going, okay, well, we'll let everybody have what would be 4. Probably the closest ratio would be 4 and 2. So the Americans get to convert 4 Lexingtons, the British convert the 4 I3s all into carriers, and then the Japanese maybe get 2 Amagis, and the displacement difference gets thrown in as like they can build something like Rugio but 10 years earlier as a little sop. Because with the 5-5-3 ratio, if you give them 4-4-2, they'll complain because it's somewhat under. But if you give them 4-4-3, no one else is going to want to do that because that's better than 5-5-3.
Yeah.
So you give them a little dinky carrier to go with the 2 Amagis.
I think you end up
because
almost...
I think with I3, if you dropped I3's, if you took off I3's armor, it is 50 foot longer than the Lexingtons, but it's within at that point it's within shouting distance displacement wise.
I would say, though, if you're getting that many, you end up with almost every Navy's allowed 5 fleet carriers and 5 other carriers or something like that, and that's the tonnage allowance.
Well, it would probably be something. It would probably be something because let's face it, this level of conversion work is going to take time.
Yeah.
So it would probably be contingent on Britain ditching a bunch of its experimental stuff because historically, obviously, they get to keep Eagle and Furious and Argus and everything else, and then convert Courageous and Glorious. So in this case, Courageous and Glorious will go to the scrap heap.
Yes. Furious will probably follow.
Furious will follow. Argus, Eagle,
It also depends
Eagle
on
maybe.
As said, I think if
Hermes,
I really do think you end up with a 5-5 where they go. You have 5 fleet carriers and 5 other carriers. So let's say the fleet carriers limit to tonnage is going to be about 36,000 tons. You're allowed 5 of those, and you're allowed 5 18,000-ton carriers.
Actually, how about this? You say to everyone, right? All your experimental stuff goes. So Langley goes, Hermes, Eagle, etc. All of that goes. But this would work. So the British get 4 I-3 carriers. The Americans get 4 Lexingtons. The Japanese get 4 2 Amagis.
Yeah.
And then everybody gets 1 purpose-built carrier, and the tonnage for the purpose-built carriers is set the same as the battleships, 35,000 tons. Because then that actually gets the perfect 5-5-3 ratio. Everyone gets 1 35,000-ton purpose-built carrier, and the balance is all made up of converted battle cruisers.
It might work, but for the British, that's not going to give them enough carriers, and that's what they're going to complain about, because they want enough carriers to cover the world. You have to remember, we're talking about a navy which had plans in the world in 1919 for 25 carriers. But this would be the Washington Treaty, because with the size of those ships, it's going to take you the whole of the Washington Treaty 10-year period to actually do all the conversion and building, and you don't have to scrap anything that you've already got in existence until the equivalent in tonnage comes online. So then you can then I think actually in London 1, you might actually see a division of carriers, because obviously Washington, you have carriers, battleships, cruisers, carriers, capital ships, cruisers, destroyers. London 1, you might, as well as getting the distinction between the heavy and the light cruiser, you might also get this distinction between the heavy and the light aircraft carrier. Oh, good lord, yes, it would still be heavy and light, wouldn't it? That's what they call them.
Yeah, so someone might go, maybe 18, 20,000 tons or less, or maybe somewhere around that for the light carrier.
Yeah.
Maybe even down to 15,000.
Well, let's be honest, the
like
light fleet carriers traditionally were about 12,000 tons, weren't they? So you could get through a decent one.
Well, I mean, it depends, but I mean, I can see someone trying to be really clever and going 35,000 tons split in half is 17.5, and saying 17.5 is your light carrier, but I suspect it would be a multiple of 35. So actually, 12-ish, 11.5, 12,000 might not be too far off.
Yeah.
Because that's 1/3. So then they might go, okay, well, you can have, I don't know, you can have
5 of these.
6. You can have 5 fleet carriers.
And 5 light carriers.
Or 5 light carrier, no, 5 fleet carrier tonnages worth of light carriers. So, because that gives you the opportunity, theoretically, you could do 15 light carriers.
Yeah.
If you wanted a 20 carrier fleet, but you don't have to.
To be fair, the Royal Navy would be one of the few navies which would actually do that. But that would then change World War II quite dramatically, because you wouldn't have the air gap. Alright, next question. Richard Gross, given the current size warships, not carriers, are moving towards, or in some cases exceeding World War II heavy and light cruisers, can you see new surface ships getting to 30,000 tons again? Look, in theory I should say no, but in practice this is what happens with history. The ships get bigger as you want to put more and more systems in them. Until you get something that changes size.
Already.
Yeah, the Kirovs did break that as well. So I think you could end up with some ships heading up there, but I think you're probably going to get to a ceiling of about 20,000 tons for the crewed ships. But I wouldn't be surprised, because especially as it comes online, and eventually as you do get the uncrewed assets becoming the things, sort of the Flower class and the sort of taking on the frigate role in the escorts, and the destroyers and cruisers, the crewed ones becoming more and more like cruisers, with them doing general purpose assets and being the the command ship as well for a task group of these little uncrewed vessels. you're probably going to have them grow because they're going to need space to have all the extra people aboard. They're going to need space for extra helicopters to move those people around to the uncrewed vessels when they need to be maintained, as well as assisting with things like ASW warfare, which you need helicopters for and rotary assets for, including crewed assets, because, as said, you'll not just have the uncrewed assets as in the ships out helping out, you'll also have uncrewed assets as in multiple uncrewed aircraft operating with crewed aircraft out acting as anti-submarine swarms, hunter groups going out to things. So you are probably going to see an expansion in the size of the crewed ships, because of their value is going to go up. So you're going to want to have more weapons on them to defend them. They're going to be more. You're going to have more space for more weapons, etc., and more crew aboard them. So they are going to expand. Where did we end up on the Type 83 design? How big that was for us? I'm trying to remember our paper.
It's 24,000 tons.
Yes.
Standard dish. I mean,
Yes.
we don't use standard displacement anymore, but it's 24,000 tons at dockside after commissioning. It's probably pushing 28,000 plus if you actually filled the thing with missiles and crew and stores and so forth. There is one circumstance I can see where I can see some surface warships exceeding 30,000 tons, which is that I'm not saying specifically this conversion, but there was a proposal. I can't remember exactly when it was, but there was a proposal relatively recently for one of the recent classes of amphibious warfare ships. I think it was the San Antonio class. There was a proposal to basically stick a bunch of VLS cells in it and make it a sort of an arsenal ship with a big flight deck at the back. But while I don't think that idea has particular legs, what I could potentially see happening is somebody taking the general concept of an LPD and going, okay, if we made this slightly bigger, we could fit a whole ton of missiles in this thing, and it would have a fairly significant air complement.
Yes.
For ASW and so forth. And because the superstructure will be so big, it would also have a very large command and control complement.
Yeah.
And then perhaps a limited run of those as a form of command ship for whatever.
Also,
basically
if you keep
as flagships, essentially.
If you keep in some of the dock facilities, you can bring some USVs into the dock to be repaired and rearmed, which is always useful.
Yeah, so you convert the aft. I don't know whether it's a well deck or whatever, but
it is well deck.
Yeah, so you convert that to your USV hangar.
Yeah,
and then your flight deck supports a mixture of helicopters and UAVs. And then because you have your enlarged hull, you have a meaningful VLS system as well. The hull's big enough to support some radar, so you've got a full anti-aircraft suite. So you've got drones, you've got aircraft, you've got missiles, and you've got more than enough space to be a flagship. I can potentially see a ship like that easily clearing 30,000 tons, and then perhaps, I mean, to be honest, only really China and the US would build them. But I could see them perhaps being built as a small batch production run. Maybe, I think maybe for the US, maybe they'd build half a dozen.
The British would probably base ours off the Bay class if we built one.
And then because if you build half a dozen, then that gives you a flagship for. It gives you a flagship for the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean, and then 2 spare to be your rotation ships. For refits and so forth.
Honestly, the Mount Whitney and Blue Ridge. It's the Blue Ridge, isn't it? And the Mount, those...
Blue Ridge is a bit long in the tooth, though.
Yeah, they're. If I'm not mistaken, they're both. How do I put this? Coming up for the point at which they need to be replaced. They're the current US flagships.
Yeah, but this design, the reason I think why it would tip over 30,000 tons is because I would make it actually fast enough to keep up with the fleet, as opposed to 22 knots or something like that.
Both the Blue Ridge and the Mount Whitney, they're 1970 and 1971. They're both still in active service. They are 55 and 54 years in service in the US Navy. And still active service, still critical command infrastructure, apparently. And you sit there and go, okay, these probably need to be replaced. It probably is about time we replaced them. I'm just saying, the US Navy planned to build 3. They built 2. And both are still active 55 years later. They have no time. Zacco, yes, the US Navy has no plans on retiring them. I just think they probably need to build some new ones to replace them.
I mean, they're going to hit pension age soon.
They were literally built on the hull of the Iwo Jima class amphibious assault ship. And if I'm not mistaken,
The Iwo Jimas are gone.
the Iwo Jimas are gone, but I'm just checking because I think I'm not sure.
Heck, I mean, their successors are gone. The Taravas are gone.
No. The more interesting question is, I think they could be steam boilered. I think they're steam boilers still.
Yeah, I don't know, possibly.
Oh, so they're keeping them in service to maintain the skill sets for when they reactivate the Iowa class again.
It's just I'm looking at them. I'm going. I was sort of saying, reading it. I was going, hang on. Weren't the Iowas? If I'm not, they used the hull and the engines of the Iowas, the Iwo Jima class, and the Iwo Jima class were, 600 psi boilers.
Oh, there's a blast from the past.
So, yeah. IO2 confirming they are steam powered. So, yes. Okay, America, you've already designed this. You need to actually build it because you need to replace these ships before they reach the point at which they're not just pensionable, they reach the point at which they would probably be being advised by a UK doctor to maybe consider other points in life. Okay.
I regret the Runon is old meme escaping containment.
Look,
Sorry.
Runon might remember their construction. Yeah. Actually, no, the thing is, Runon might have probably forgotten their construction because they happened so long ago. Guy, what do you think of sci-fi space fleets that can only use fast and light travel at specific locations around star systems like Purnell's Allison Drive? Now, before we launch into this, I'm going to be naughty and I'm going to pick on 2 people who've been quite quiet so far because I know this is the sort of thing Dragon and Foxo love, so I'm going to pick them to go first before we launch in, because otherwise we'll just chat a lot and they'll go, no, we can hide. So I'm going to say Dragon.
Small problem.
Foxo.
Foxo isn't here.
Oh, she's disappeared off. She's gone off to hide. Hope to get some food. But Dragon is still here. This is why I like to have my list of people down their side, so I know who's here, and they can't run away, and on our screens. But Dragon's not responding, so okay, we'll just carry on then. All right. So, what do you think about having fast light travel, which can only launch, from certain points around a star system? It's usually to do with the star's gravity well, isn't it?
Yeah, like any faster than light system, it is a plot device.
Mm-hmm.
That's I think as long as it's internally consistent, and as long as FTL drives using the same principle across different species are bound to largely the same limitations, at that point it goes to how good a writer is.
Mm-hmm.
I've one of my favorite military sci-fi series has all their ships have two FTL drives in them. They have a compression drive, like the Albuquerque drive from many of Glenn's series, and they have a wormhole drive, which is instantaneous and cannot be interdicted. And they both have their trade-offs and drawbacks. And I think the wormhole drive you have to use at a certain distance from a gravity well. But the skip drive you can, or not the skip drive, the compression drive you can just use whenever.
That makes sense.
So yeah, it's a plot device. How good is the writer at that point?
What about us? In answer to the question
I think, to be honest,
Karen.
you have to. I think you almost have to, if you're doing sci-fi that you don't want people to immediately poke holes into. You have to almost have a limit on where exactly your FTL drives can deploy from, because if you don't, if you can just use your FTL drives whenever and wherever you want, it immediately begs the question of why aren't people just firing faster than light missiles into your planets? Or if they've got really fine control, why aren't they just FTL jumping troop ships right on top of your government buildings and stuff like that? So you have to have some way of keeping the FTL bits away from the inhabited planet bits. Otherwise, the whole thing just ends in a bunch of KKVs.
I'm never sure what Star Trek's reasoning with warp drive seems to be different depending on what they want for their plots.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Star Trek is warp factor is solely determined by the plot convenience for Star Trek.
Walter Bros, in answer to the question of do you really
Star
need
Wars used to have the gravity well thing.
Yes. But then they used that up by going through a ship.
Well, they use that up in Force Awakens by the whole. If we pull the lever just right, we can, come out of hyperspace underneath the planet shield, but above the planet's surface, regardless of the fact that at hyperdrive speeds you'd have to get the accuracy. I think someone calculated that you'd have the pull on that handle would be such that your accuracy would have to be so precise that even the friction caused by having the cockpit fractionally too warm and causing a minute expansion in the handles would kill you.
Yeah, and probably the planet.
Well, yeah, that as well, but who cares about that?
Now, the question...
If it killed the planet in that case, that would actually be a unintentional benefit. And IO2 brought up BattleTech, which is definitely an interesting world-building application.
One question that's just come up in the chat is, Walter Burrows, do you really need a dedicated fleet flagship afloat? Both ships mainly stay in port. In peacetime, probably you can argue and make the case no. In wartime, when being able to move around is going to be a massive added security safety feature for your command center, being able to disappear and reappear where you need around the world and command your forces from different portions of the world, as well as being quite close to the position if you need to be, it's going to be a very different story. It's a lot of these things. And if you've had a long period of peace, these things can start to look, why do we ever use that? Do we ever need that? And they can look pointless. And then when a war comes along, which is a peer-on-peer adversary, sometimes these things start to suddenly, frigate, we need to rebuild that capability immediately. This is one thing which me and Drac probably both run into quite a lot. Definitely do run into quite a lot, is people who are going, but we haven't used this for ages, and we're sort of going, yes, but you haven't found yourself in a peer conflict for ages, so before you start saying it's not any point, actually have a think about what peer conflict means.
And ultimately, the thing is, especially these days, I mean, it was bad enough in World War One and World War Two.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about World War One, there's potentially some threat from underwater vessels, but let's face it, in a big fleet action, realistically, it's almost a 2D environment. You're worried about other ships.
Yeah.
And even then, flagships had issues with the amount of staff officers that were needed to support the admiral when all you had to worry about was gunnery actions. And then, even by World War II, you see, like, off Okinawa and for Philippine Sea and things like that, you have theoretically either Spruance or Halsey as appropriate in command of the fleet. But even at that point, you've got people like Mitchell in charge of the carriers, Lee in charge of the battleships, and Spruance or Halsey is essentially being reduced to I make the overall tactics. Everybody else has to kind of the actual practical implementation of them is being handled still on a flag level, but a level down.
And that's
nowadays you've got to worry about an air threat, a missile threat, a potential surface threat, drone threats, which come in, above on the water and below the water, plus submarine threats, plus electronic threats, and possibly ballistic threats. The amount of people and the amount of processing time and capability you need to actually deal with all of that is absolutely huge. It's far beyond the capability of we're going to add another. I mean, can you imagine us going to compute all that in a battle space in a major fleet engagement between peer opponents? Can you imagine someone showing up with another 150 people on an Arleigh Burke and going, right, we need to find berthing and workspaces for all of these people,
even on a Gerald R.
and
Ford
the systems,
class,
the special assistance they need.
Yeah, even on Gerald R. Ford's class, where they've made a big thing about having those adaptable spaces, it's not sensible. It's not viable.
And also, the Ford doesn't have the sensors.
No.
To manage that.
One thing that I would add on is that you can say, oh well, they can do all the command and control from DC or from Norfolk or from Portsmouth or from London or what have you. That's all well and good as long as you still, to use a sci-fi term, have decent control or at least use of satellite communication. Because I don't know exactly. I don't know what exactly fiber optic cables you have access to in your personal lives, but even the best and most well protected armored cables or armored fiber that I know about is not going to survive being strung out behind a Ford class. And additionally, because we have so few of flag capable assets, if you need to park a admiral or a general off of a coast somewheres for landing forces, do you really want to sacrifice a Burke or a Ford or a QE?
Well, Burke is not suitable for it at all. There is no there is no Burke which is flag suitable. There is not a single Burke which is flag suitable at all.
And the thing is, if the carriers don't have, even if the carrier has the space, it doesn't have the sensors, and the carrier may need to be places that the admiral either doesn't need to be or shouldn't be. So at that point, you need an independent floating command center, essentially, that's got every sensor known to mankind, enough processing power to make Silicon Valley look like a pocket calculator, and the ability to defend itself. And that basically means a purpose-built flagship.
And you don't want if you can avoid it, you don't want to have your flagship being called to do anything other than quite literally carry the flag.
I would add also, and this is sort of something that comes in, it's one of the things which, if we go look historically, Task Force 34, which was this sort of the battle group which was supposed to go off and potentially be in a position to deal with the Japanese at Tsuruga Straits, etc., sort of where they're coming through, etc., and those things. What's it? When you have the Battle of Samar and all that stuff. The big problem I have with that as a concept is that Task Force 34 included Halsey's own flagship, and there was no way Halsey was going to let his go off in his flagship in one direction and let Mitchell go off and run a battle in another direction when he thought it was going to be a big carrier battle. So that meant Task Force 34 was always not just a paper exercise to cover his to say he had this plan on the paper, not a realistic thing. And that's my big problem with it as something which is written down. It's basically something which basically I have no faith in and no grace with at all. It just it doesn't. It's Task Force 34. If it was going to work, would not have included Halsey's flagship. So it wouldn't have included the 2 hours. And that's actually what I've actually done a video about it recently, because that was one of the alternate histories which I've been asked to do while we're away, and it's recorded. It's ready to go. It's uploaded and ready and scheduled. And basically, I basically go, no, nicest way. If this was going to work, if Lee pulls it off, does a Nelson at Copenhagen, and basically ignores his CO and takes it as this is the evidence and I'm going to go off, the ships he's not going to get are going to be anything which are next to Halsey, and he's going to know that.
Which is why the admirals. It was Spruance who stuck with. Was it Spruance who stuck with Indianapolis?
Mm-hmm.
Indianapolis.
Yes, Spruance stayed on Indianapolis pretty much until she needed to go back into dry dock.
Yeah, for precisely that reason. Whereas
Halsey was a bit like Beatty when it came to his flagship.
And actually, also, Spruance spent some time on the New Mexico as well, as far as I can tell, largely because she wasn't a fast battleship.
Mm-hmm.
Because he felt that all the fast battleships would be better off under Lee's command, and whereas being on the New Mexico, he wasn't taking a fast battleship off the front line.
No.
Yeah. That would fit. It's thinking about more than your ego, which says, I want to be on the biggest, baddest battleship going.
I mean, even in, I would make it not exactly as a strong argument, but even in the brushfire wars that various powers have been fighting for the last 30-odd years, sometimes having a centralized command and control station that you can just park offshore somewheres can be useful if you want to use it, or at least it's a nice capability to have in your back pocket.
It is nice.
Because you can then just, oh, well, the ground forces general is over there. The landing forces captain, general, admiral is over there. The Air Force is over there, and they're on 15 different locations. With a solitary flagship, you have everybody concentrated in one place, which, while that can be a problem, can also make certain tasks or issues go away.
Yeah, and I mean the other thing you've got to remember is in peacetime, even for stuff that is unrelated to war or training for war, a big flagship like that is incredibly useful for other things like disaster relief, both overseas and at home. Because you park a ship like that offshore, it's immediately got all the command and control and sensor capability you could possibly need to manage large-scale disaster relief. It's got its own air group to do airlift, search and rescue. You could very easily reconfigure any drone bays, either use your drones for search and rescue, or reconfigure them to load up with ribs and other boats for ship-to-shore work. And it's got the capacity on board, most likely, to cope with at least a limited number of casualties for medical evacuation and so forth. Mm-hmm. So it's in a lot of ways, it's almost the perfect ship.
With that being said, next question is...
I need to head off, by the way, so I'll bid you adieu.
Take care. Thank you for popping in. Oh, and at some point we've got to talk about when we're going to do the third part of the Dreadnought video, but we'll talk about it another time.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
We
Bye.
should try and do that this week at some point. Right. So, 9681. If the USN had gotten its planned fleet of 236, and this is where we really need Foxo. Foxo, our aviation lady, please come to us. We need you. Knight 681. If the USN had forgotten its planned fleet of 236 Sikorsky SH-60B Seahawk and 104 Sikorsky SH-60F Ocean Hawk, giving them the planned fleet of 340 SH-60 airframes, how many would be active in reserve? Probably about a third would be in reserve, a third would be on the reserve forces, and of the active forces, a third would be in in maintenance, a third would be with active fleet, and a third would be in training. So basically, you'd have 120-ish off in reserve, 220 divided into roughly 70, 70, and 80. Or rather, 70, 80, and 70. Okay.
I can see what Foxa was doing. She may be able to click over. I have pinged her to that effect, but
because we've now got aviation questions coming up, and this is where we need Foxo. We need the Foxo.
So, I am aware of the trick that Dragon is doing, but I don't know exactly where he's getting his audio input right now. So,
ooh. Dragon is doing many tricks. Okay. Do you think USN retiring the T-45 trainer and the implementation of the magic carpet landing system make the USN weaker in terms of carrier qualifications? No. It's, as we talked about before, it's a reality of the world, the changing world. You've got the systems going on. Less and less human interface. Even the British with their carrier qualifications, their carrier training, etc., and all the systems, they have various methods of landing. But let's be honest, the rolling landing is probably the best one at the moment. Although I do love it how the Royal Navy has basically, are quite honest about this, they have basically reinvented the way they landed aircraft on aircraft carriers prior to World War II. Prior to the barrier assisted recovery system. They just roll onto the carrier and brake.
They get a bunch of reasonably burly guys to reach up and grab the wings?
No, you didn't need it. You didn't really need to do that unless the aircraft was coming in heavy. It could stop under its own power, and the great thing about the F-35B is it really can stop under its own power. Anyone want to add to that?
I think that you can. I think we do now have systems sufficiently good that you can take more of the human out of it for a particular complex and highly skilled procedure that then means that they can concentrate on learning other things that you don't want a machine doing. Mm-hmm. So don't think of it as dumbing things down. Think of it as to say, going, I have an incredibly talented human pilot who I have spent literally millions of dollars training. Do I want them doing something which is A, very difficult, and B, not actually a combat requirement, and C, I can get a machine doing? Why are you going to do that?
My brain picks really bad times to tune out.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I was also trying to write text at the same time, so that was...
You were trying to write what at the same time?
A text message.
Oh. To anyone interesting?
I mean,
Tash, I'm being criticised for relying on you for doing too much of the organising for the Japan trip.
No, tell Tash from me. Don't worry, I don't mind it at all. It's what I'm here for. That, and also in the nicest way, you're going to owe me. I will get my vengeance because in return for me organising it, you owe me dinner.
Sounds good.
Although, actually, no. Actually, I'm already getting stuff back because you're also going to help me with hopefully taking a couple of days off to have a trip down to Cornwall, where I will pay for the petrol in the van. You can pay for your stay in the hotel on the way down. It'll be a nice hotel, by the way, with an outdoor swimming pool and an indoor swimming pool. Outdoor one's heated as well as the indoor one, so you can go out. It's a nice one in Exmouth. And then we'll the Cornwall will have a van because I've got to move a whole load of stuff from my aunt's down here. So yes, we'll be two men with a white van.
Are you going to do a one-way rental?
Basically, I'm gonna rent and take it down, and then I'm gonna take it back to Exeter because I thought if I took it back to Exeter, A, it's not cheaper, and B, I can then drop you off in the train at Exeter Station, and you can get the train from Exeter Station back, and I get the train from Exeter Station back to Red Roof, my nearest station.
That was the kind of thought I was having.
Yeah, but my theory was the theory was, and I will explain it all. After the talk I'm doing in London, and this it'll be the day after that we'd start our progress down. So we'd be driving down on I think it's the Friday. We'd stay overnight, then carry on our drive on the Saturday, get to here on Saturday, go across the moors, go past Exeter, through Exeter IKEA, because I've got to pick some stuff up there, and I know how you like an IKEA. And go across the moors, introduce you to the ponies and the cattle in the moors, and some very nice butchers probably, and all those things, and then reach to this house, drop stuff off here, should hopefully have accommodations here for you, and then on Monday drive back up to Exeter.
That sounds good.
Sunday give you a roast dinner and an ice cream.
Yay!
We have plans. Anyway,
cool.
Well, that being said, let's carry on with the questions. This is adulthood. As I try to explain to people, this is what adults start to look forward to. We are going to be driving a van from one part of the country to another country. That's equivalent to our mini break holiday. This is what you get when you're an adult. Steve Clarke. Russian actions versus Poland this week have severely raised international tension. NATO had discussions. What do they consider, and how close are we getting to Article 5 in your opinion? Okay, in my opinion, we're not at Article 5 because whilst I think in the nicest way, I do not believe that many drones went off course through an error. That in a nice way, that's just too many drones. If it had been 4 or 5, I might have believed it. Once you're at 19, once you're well into once you're well into double digits, then that's either you have a incredibly bad, how do I put this, quality control on your construction, and that's your choice. You can say you either have incredibly bad quality control, or that was an accidentally on purpose demonstration. And the thing is, it caused a lot of issues. It was Article 4 which was commissioned, so that therefore you have how do I put this, some chances of various things, but you have basically discussions of what to do about it going on. I think Article 5 would be if weapons had actually been fired, but I think that's the level. I think this is the point, is Article 4 in a lot of statements. I think one of the interesting things is the amount of people reading into the lack of America moving ships and things are going, why isn't a carrier group? Why isn't this so well, there's already quite a lot of forces in that area. There might be more of a Patriot battery sort of thing moved, but also you're not going to send a carrier into the Baltic. You're not. No one's that stupid. You're not going to send a carrier into the Baltic. The carriers would go up the North Atlantic, etc. And also, there is a limitation on what carriers are available, and have a look at where the American carriers are currently operating. This is one of those things people have to remember when we start talking and going, well, this president would have sent a carrier there, or this president. And you sit there and go, hang on, A, how many carriers did they have on call? And B, where were they? What were they doing? Currently, American carriers are kind of focused on other issues at the moment. This is something which is often left out of debate because the Americans don't like talking about the fact that they do have a finite number of availability of vessels being sort of available, and B, because often the people wanting to make the grandiose statements about these things and the tensions are using it for their own domestic political aims rather than actually studying the issues of the things going on.
Also, in some ways, Europe is probably the best place or theatre area, whatever you want to call it, for the Americans to build up without needing to send a carrier.
Yeah.
This is where the US and the US Air Force can come in. And what I'm wondering is, there's things like the availability and serviceability and rotation of aircraft into their bases in Germany and Britain,
Mhm.
and whether they are perhaps allowing more aircraft to be photographed outside by the spy satellites, and things as a kind of visible deterrent that actually will be slightly what's the right word? Obscured. It's not as obvious a statement that you're then forcing somebody to react to, but it's a statement which they will see. So it's a subtly different point in your defense posturing. But the next step is something like announcing we're shifting a whole load of the B-52s to RAF Lakenheath or
Which,
something.
by the way, was announced 3 days ago that they are going to be visiting various bases in Europe, including the UK, including Spain, and possibly even Poland.
I hear it's lovely this time of year.
Yeah, B-52 really doesn't need to be in Poland to make the point. But yeah. They're probably going to go to Morón in Spain, which is their primary base they use in Europe, because honestly they don't need to be anywhere closer. This is again something you have to remember about strategic bombs. They really don't need to be that close these days.
Let's be honest, they're perfectly close to threaten Russia in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. What was the place? It was
Where
the place
wasn't it
across the river.
where you did your time in
Elective,
yeah.
Yeah. They were actually the opposite side of the river, whose name I suddenly can't remember. But Bossier City or something? Can't remember. Yeah. It was fun. Fun times. Closer to Dallas than it was to New Orleans, which I found weird. For flying in and out and things.
Okay, now Gypsy Dangerous question. Both Lexington and Yorktown are lost at Coral Sea. How has this changed the American outlook on the Pacific War, and how has it changed Midway? Well, if they're both lost at Coral Sea, then Midway is only going to work if they can call on the Royal Navy to send some carriers, because they don't have any other carriers available, so they'd have to call on British carriers, and I don't think they could get there in time for Midway either. And it basically means Midway is... The US can launch that with a single carrier, but they can't do the same damage, and a single carrier is going to depend far more on hiding while it's launching its strikes than anything else.
No, because they've got Hornets. They'd have two.
Well...
They've got two carriers.
If we consider Midway, the carriers they have available...
It's the one time the 3 Yorktown class hang out together.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah, they would have two carriers.
They have two carriers, but yeah, they prefer to have a third.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, yeah, as you say, I don't know that the Royal Navy could get something to them in time, because it's what, May? You've got about a month, but the Royal Navy are tied up in the Indian Ocean. So it would have to
be the Indian Ocean ships which would come out. It would have to be the Indian Ocean ships.
And they would have to properly peg it the entire way.
Zacco, no, Ranger is not a possibility. Do not take this wrong way, Zacco, but in a nice way. Here is how bad Ranger was as a carrier. Admiral King, Ernest King, the guy who hates asking the Royal Navy for anything, actually asks to borrow a British carrier rather than deploy Ranger to the Pacific. That is the most damning indictment of a ship you could ever have. This is the same man who would rather be hung, drawn and quartered over hot coals than ask the Royal Navy for anything, as a rule.
But more than that, he really passionately did not want the British, I think in particular, involved in the Pacific
Yes.
because he was worried that it was kind of for all kinds of reasons. So
He wanted it
even
to be
if you-
America's theatre. He wanted it to become America's zone after World War II. He wanted to be confirmed as America's theatre. So yeah.
So even if you kind of ignore sort of some of his dislike of the British as being kind of hyperbole, because actually the list of British admirals he got on with in World War II is possibly longer than the list of American admirals he got on with in World War II.
Which
but
is yeah.
nonetheless, he did not like the British being in. He was the one who was trying to throw all the problems in the face of the British Pacific Fleet.
Yeah, mainly the British admirals he gets on with are the ones who are stubbornly opinionated like himself. He appreciates that.
Which is
The other option is Saratoga, but yeah, the fact is Saratoga was still very much working up.
Saratoga has a terrible habit of eating torpedoes.
Saratoga has a terrible habit of many things. But she's a good ship. Gypsy Day, but that's, I think that's answered that question.
I mean, I'd love there to be some armoured carriers there. I think watching the Kido Butai throw themselves against a finely honed British coordinated air defence fighter network with an armoured flight deck, carriers would be.
Oh, hello. What are you doing? It would be as long as you got the Americans there to deliver the strike. As said, as I've said before about Operation C, if the British can hit the Japanese at night, they win. If it's a day fight, then it's half a dozen one, 6 of the other because of the sheer weight of Japanese Japanese power coming in.
Oh yeah, I am not sending swordfish or albacores against Zeros in daylight.
No, but at night time they'd have fun.
At night time they would have fun, and especially if the Americans have kindly set
Odds on the
lights
Odds on the swordfish achieving what they did with the ME-109s against the Zeros?
I think the chances are that quite a few Zeros will have their wings ripped off, trying to come out of manoeuvres against them.
Yeah.
And then they will all claim to have been shot down by Spitfires.
Yes.
Also, too, in the nicest way, the Zero is so anemically armed. The rounds may actually have no effect on the cloth construction of swordfish.
The swordfish might go, "Oh, did you hit me?" Okay.
You have poked holes. You have not hit anything critical, nor did your rounds create any spalling which hit anything critical. Because fabric doesn't spall.
Mm-hmm. Runon, next question.
And by the way, I have a telegraphist air gunner. He'd like to say hello. Okay, it's only a single 303 machine gun, but on the plus side, you have no real protection from that apart from the engine block.
Yeah.
Which, to be frank, if you hit one of those things with a 303, even with a 303, I don't want to be I don't want to be on that aircraft.
No.
Runon, your next question. You're in charge of the procurement of the Aniblistan Navy after the country's founding in 1950. Aniblistan? Where is this country?
Yeah, it's Europe. It's inverse Albonia.
Okay. Through the shenanigans of politics and intrigue, you are both untouchable and have been given a blank check to build an Italy-tier navy. What are the most questionable at the time ships and systems that you could buy, but while having the greatest payoff in the future? In 1950, Italy-tier navy.
I threw this one at Fleet, and I don't disrespect his answer at all, but I was trying to get a hold of Foxo and Dragon to weigh in, and then once Drac showed up, I'm like, ooh, bonus Drac.
Okay, well,
as well as yourself.
I'm going to let Dan start off on this a second, because something is really annoying me down below me. And
I feel I have been summoned.
Dragon has been
Good,
summoned,
you
as
have
has
been
Foxo. And Foxo. And then I will come in after I've heard their good points. I will be just dealing with something because it's really annoying me.
Has reaction
So,
occurred?
1950, and I can scoot around and get anything. Are the Americans getting rid of any Essex class? Are they kind of like war surplus at this stage?
Not quite. We tended to keep those around for, well, at least the Apollo program. I think had a couple Essexes doing pickup duty.
I mean, I like the Royal Navy. So maybe. So it's the Royal Navy's light fleet carriers, which will last forever, despite being designed to be disposable. There's at least one, or there may well still be one audacious hull floating around unclaimed. There's a few British cruiser hulls floating around unclaimed. There's the gorgeous Swedish destroyers, which basically have the Bofors armaments catalogue applied. You kind of so yeah, because the advantages of those things is you're going to have basically all the lessons from World War II without any of the wear and tear of actually having had wartime service. And I'm not down on it. And submarines are really hard around 1950, because it is still going to be mostly World War II tech, and they're not going to do that brilliantly.
You have the A class from the British.
Yeah.
The Amphion class. They're pretty good
Yeah, I mean,
boats.
and they'll keep going for a while, and then they basically get replaced by the O class.
And the British had planned 46 of them, so there's 30 which you could have potentially access to.
Now, I will ask, just in the spirit of the question, how many of these are going to get your procurement, or the procurement pundits going, okay, why are we buying these?
I mean, I think people are going to go, why are you buying stuff that's like already out of date and has been kicking around for a few years instead of buying new? To which the answer is, because I can get it cheap.
And it's still good.
It's kind of, it's like getting the same way I bought my car ex demo. It had 1,600 odd miles on the clock, and yes, and that was it. And I got a big chunk of it.
Like, if I was going to get a carrier, I'd be tempted to go, and I know you said you went for the Essexes, I'd go for the Implackables. Because they're better suited to take a jet with their armoured decks. They've got 2 hangars built in them already, so you can make them have one big hangar and take the heavy aircraft still landing on them. So you can make that modification quite easily with them. You could even rip them open and stick in a deck edge lifts if you wanted, because they are strong enough to do that with their hull design and hull shaping. And you had the advantage that whilst they technically did come in for time for war, they were only in for about a year or less, so they barely get used. They are basically just about warmed up. You might as well get them.
I've thought of something else. It's 1950. I'm going to try and buy HMS Warspite instead of her going to scrap. And the reason for that is because I can then sell her back as a museum ship in a few decades' time and get massive favours off the British.
I mean, that does technically follow the letter of the question. Very good. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and also.
Then if I'm going to add on to that, if I'm doing that, I'm buying the 2 Implackables and I'm buying USS Enterprise for the same reason.
Oh yes, I will. And they'd already knew they did the nuke tests in the late 40s, didn't they? So I
Can't save Saratoga, but you could save Enterprise.
Yeah, I'll take Enterprise. I would take Enterprise. Only lightly used.
Somebody really likes the saving of Warspite and Enterprise under the paradigm of my question.
I think it's a good idea.
D-class destroyers to go alongside my nice Swedish.
Oh, Type 40. Yeah, the Daring class. They're good ones. They're good build.
I mean, the other thing that's tempting to do is to get the 2 Iowa hulls, or at least one of them.
Yeah, that was the job. She gets rearranged by a destroyer.
Anyway, with that being said, Dragon, do you have any ideas? Because I know specifically you were asked for your ideas. And Foxo's. But Foxo has gone off hopefully hunting food, not just Red Bull.
No, she is currently hunting night metal ingots.
Ooh. How's that going?
Relatively well. We haven't managed to rope Runon onto the server yet, but there's high chances we will. Just which question is this? Sorry, just to make sure I'm definitely answering the right one.
This is the anti-Elbonian Navy.
Yeah, the Inobilistan or whatever.
Anti-cubital fossa.
Destroyers, definitely I'd want Darings. They are a very good ship if we can get them.
That's because you haven't met Smolland.
I like both.
Smolland's good.
Smolland's good.
Darings, I think, work
better for a fleet. I want both though.
Yes, this is the thing. I want both.
If I was mad, I would have said try and just basically go to the French. Hey, would you mind if we just buy Jean Bart off you? Because at this point, she's almost ready.
Yeah.
I like.
Although you are making yourself a bit of a logistics nightmare with French, British, and American equipment.
Yes. For carriers, I would definitely want to go British. Not just because of personal bias, but also because the armoured carriers showed how good they were. And also, if we want to try and get stuff that's cheap, we've got the Colossus class and the 1942 light fleets.
Cheap and curable.
We know they actually do have surprisingly good future-proofing. They managed to handle jets pretty reasonably. At least for the first and second, or zero and first gen jets.
Yep.
Where is my alcohol?
More interesting, I think.
I will say there are some interesting names coming in on the patron suggestions for what brew people should be called. Yeah. With that being said, next question. What was the biggest missed opportunity in navies in the 19th century that weren't the Royal Navy?
Permission to go first? The USN maintaining and capitalizing on the buildup they had done for the Civil War. I know a lot of it was green water and brown water stuff. but even then, there was momentum there and areas of technology and deployments and whatnot. And we decided, and Congress decided, war's over, scrap it all. As Congresses want to do until about the 1950s, because
Yes, don't worry.
But do we have to? I don't want to suffer from politicians.
I'd say for the 19th century, it's the French with the gloire, because they could have gone for something better. And then, of course, you had the whole Juna Coal, and that's a massive missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean the Jeu de Colle is just the. I don't quite know how to describe it. The example, it is one of the most impressive self-defeating exercises I've seen this side of the RAF's obsession with the bomber will always get through.
Let's be honest. To
Most
err is divine.
fighters.
To Juna Coal is truly human.
Yeah.
I would say it's truly French, but
Yeah. What else did people do? I mean, there were lots of people who drew the wrong lessons from battles because they were happening infrequently and in odd circumstances.
oh, I could live with the Britannic.
Well, they have to be put. The ideas have to be put in the Patreon. I said the Patreon suggestions is live for December 2025.
Yeah, I'm just what other
Yeah, it's the Italian Navy's doing the whole thing of being formed, so you can't really hold much against them. The same with the.
I mean, I
German
can, it
Navy.
just wouldn't be fair.
Oh.
What I will do is I will hold high velocity cans of baked beans and tomato sauce against them.
Oh, that's
What about
That-
the
that's
Russian
good.
round ships? What do we think about the Russian round ships?
they were an interesting idea. They just didn't have the control stuff that they needed. It's one of those ideas that came too soon. That makes sense. You know, it's like you could do
Dan,
that
I'm going to
now.
clarify this on. Oh, you good Lord, he said it.
What?
You could do them now. Please, no one do them now. No one. Please, do them now. Do not. Don't.
Just because
No.
you could do them now doesn't mean you should do them now. We have like 18 movies about whether or not you should do something when you could. Why, Twitch? Why did you end the shared chat?
But I want to have dinosaurs running around everywhere.
No.
Okay, I'll just have chickens.
Dan, we have like 10 movies that explain why this is a bad idea.
It's like every time someone suggests we get AI infantry robots to replace the infantry, and they start off by calling them, and these are going to be called Terminators, and I go, no.
Look, all I'm
Okay.
saying is we are going to have an SSBN called Warspite who will be connected to the world by a communication system called Skynet.
Yep.
Okay. Think of how intellectually interesting your average infantry or rifleman is today.
Yeah.
Now remember that you can follow most of the time the decision and logic chain for some of their more interesting decisions because it can explain it to you.
Have you met Royal Marines?
Some can do it better than others. Now we're going to give it to an AI, which sometimes goes from, I don't know how to process your request, to the next logical decision being, I will delete the entire database that I was specifically told to never delete.
Look, let's put this way, okay? The fun thing is about AI and the logic it follows is it does have it can look at things in a very different very different than human way, and it can be very logical. Of course, there was the robot which was charged with stopping crime, and decided the easiest way to stop all crime was to kill the humans, because only humans commit crime.
I think in some jurisdictions they've hanged pigs and things, so that robot really just needed better briefing on quite how weird humans can be.
Yeah. And Mark Harkness, Kentucky Fried T-Rex is not something I'm looking for in my future. Okay? I'm very happy that I'm very happy they're not being Kentucky Fried T-Rex.
However, I will say that as someone who has had alligator in the past, it does taste remarkably like chicken.
I agree.
No, it tastes like... No. It tastes like what you feed it. I've had it twice. Once it tasted like chicken and once it tasted like fish. And I'm pretty sure one time they'd been fed chicken and one time they'd been fed fish. And that, which reminds me why I don't eat too high up the food chain.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know enough about all the nasty stuff that goes into the food chains
Yep.
to be worried by it.
Right. Next question. Bowman Boy, in the cases where ships are named after specific historical figures, e.g. HMS Hood, where in multiple things people share the same name, how does the name specify what it's a name for? Usually they have it sort of a picture on board of this is the admiral it's named for. That's how they work it out. There's a picture on there and you'll go and find a way of who is it's named for.
Unless you're being deliberately tricky with it.
Mm.
Well, sometimes you might want...
The Royal Navy has fun with HMS Queen Elizabeth, the carrier, because she's technically named for Queen Elizabeth I, like the battleship was. But a lot of the Scottish Parliament and a lot of the Scots believe she was named for Queen Elizabeth II, because officially the SNP apparently don't like Queen Elizabeth I because of what she did to Mary Queen of Scots. And you sit there and go, A, way to bear a grudge, B...
They're the Scots.
In the nicest way, you also do not like didn't like the Catholic authoritarian rule of her and yourselves, which is why you kicked her out of Scotland and kicked her into England. So I do find it sometimes a little bit... speaking of which, my family was involved on both sides of the border in that particular scenario. Yes, she was kicked out of Scotland because she was being annoying, and she was being very, very annoying and playing silly games and winning silly prizes. And then she gets into England and she gets caught up in silly games and wins silly prizes. And she might not have been doing quite as much as it seems she was alleged to have done, but she was enough a focal point.
Yeah, she died due to politics. It's not nice. Yes. It's not pretty. It's not clever. It's politics.
Yeah.
It's early modern politics. You can't just not elect somebody. You have to not alive them when it comes to hereditary monarchies.
And then we have Parmentier.
You have to uninstall their free trial of life.
Yeah.
Parmentier.
The other thing the only thing I was going to say about that one was that I know Drac is entertained at quite how many ships were named for the Duke of Wellington simultaneously in service in the Royal Navy.
Yeah.
I'm also entertained by quite how many ships were named for Prince Eugene of the Rhine, or wherever it was. No, it's Rupert of the Rhine. Eugene of Savoy, I think it was.
Yeah.
Who I'm pretty sure had at least 3 navies named ships after him in World War II, because you had a British monitor, you had a French condottieri, and you of course had Prince Eugen.
Yeah. Although I will say he is still beaten by the fact that the Royal Navy has, at many points in history, no, let's put it this way, the Royal Navy had the most ships named for Louis XIV of any navy. And had the most ships named for Louis... And a nice way, the Royal Navy had more ships named for Louis XIV in World War II than were named for anyone else in World War II. There are more ships named for Louis XIV in World War II than anyone else. Including, of course, the Royal Sovereign. Which is a whole interesting thing, because people think it comes from Sovereign of the Seas, and it does to an extent, but it was also... Yeah.
Did we snab a ship off the French?
We nabbed many ships off the French. And there's all sorts of names.
The French is the Royal Navy. Excuse me. Yes, the French is the secondary Royal Navy Reserve Fleet, and the Spanish are the tertiary Royal Navy Reserve Fleet.
Look, it's when you realise that Collingwood's flagship, when he dies, is the Ville de Paris. Which is something like the 3rd ship the Royal Navy have captured bearing that name.
Look, if the Americans want to troll us, they can just commission another Guerriere.
If the Americans want to troll us, they can... In the nicest way, they can try. They can remember why they no longer commission ships called President. At Parmentier, Michael de Ruyter gets transported to Netherlands in 1939. What happens? A very, very confused gentleman looks around himself. He is a very nice gentleman. There is a recent movie, I think, about him came out in 2015, which was supposed to be really quite good movie. I still haven't managed to get around to watching it. I kept looking it up and trying to go if there's an English version anywhere that I can watch. It is on Prime. I don't know if they have an English version of it on Prime or not. I'm tracking down. I'm gonna see. But de Ruyter, you have to remember, lives between 1607 and 1676. So if he turns up in 1939, if he's age 69 and he turns up in 1939, you're going to have a very old, slightly confused gentleman looking at you going, what the frigate have you been doing in the last 300 and something years? Or rather 200, not 300 something, 224 plus 39. Oh, that's going to be 63? So 263 years. Yeah.
He will be asking, what have you done with my global empire?
Yes.
Why are we now only known for clogs?
And tulips.
What happened to you?
And an early version of NFTs and Bitcoin.
Look, what can I say? The Dutch were very quick adopters of literally every fun piece of technology going. But yeah.
I have to always shake my head at the Great Tulip Bubble.
Yeah. I would like to point out, I think they added... Yeah. They've got... If you go look up the Reuter film, there are some really interesting additions, but there is the great thing of Charles Dance plays Charles II in it.
So Charlie's playing Charlie?
Charles Dance, as in the guy who, how do I put this, plays very, very good senior royals, whether he's Lannister or whatever, he brings to them a capability which, yes.
Ah, he's that guy. Okay.
Yes.
I don't get out much.
He's playing Charles II, but actually, looking at it is a really good
And
list of
you know
styles.
You know what is also really, really good, and
Yeah.
you need to get around to watching.
If you say Princess Bride, I'm going to remind you again that it's if I manage to raise something like... Actually, I'll do better. I'll put Princess Bride, I'll put as a cumulative thing of all the stuff included for every of the days in the Historiathon, including the days which we are doing fundraising for the charity. So all that combined, if we reach a grand combined total of £30,000 raised across all 7 days, all 6 lives, the 5 12-hour ones and the 36-hour one, then I will watch The Princess Bride.
What's pretty depressing is you would actually really like it. It's a good film.
Yeah. Might be.
No, it is.
No, it genuinely is, and it's one of those things of...
I don't believe any of you. First rule of doing YouTube is you do not... when your chat is telling you something is really good and you should go watch it, you probably want to avoid it because they're probably winding you up.
Okay, yes. Is it campy? Yes. However, it is so badly disconnected from any semblance of reality.
£35,000, Night 601. 35.
That it's not actually... It's not like, oh, this is kind of like reality. It's not like Pearl Harbor, where it's like, you've spent so much time on this, and then you screwed it up right there.
Yeah, no, this is...
Zacco, I am, of course, referring to pound sterling, because that's the way its system, all my system counts it all in.
Weird if you did something apart from pound sterling.
And when it's the Historiathon again, it's going to be in November. It's the week after I have my trip to London, and hopefully my trip down from London with Dan, which is going to be really fun, because that's basically going to mean we're going to drive to Exeter on Monday morning. I'm going to get the train back and start a 12-hour stream on the Monday.
I will try to load up the van, any spare space in it, with Iron Brew for him.
No, I do genuinely think that you wouldn't hate it at a minimum.
Okay. Seneca Nero.
Would you believe Jill
We'll answer
Guerra?
this one. Some of the time I do believe her. Some of the time I'm fairly sure she's winding me up too. Chandlord Channel, what's your advice? Admiral
Falls within the
Crutchley.
great category of British, so there is that inevitability.
Yeah. Okay. So, here's the thing. Channel, what's your opinion and evaluation of Admiral Crutchley as a captain and an admiral?
That's good, Harkness. That's good.
Chandlord, he's pretty good at both. You know, he's not exactly a bad officer, and he's a capable commanding officer.
I get a sense that the Americans don't trust him because of
The
Savo Island.
Americans have perception that anyone who the British deployed to their things like the Australians and New Zealanders must be the second-rate officer. The British would keep the first-rate ones to themselves. What they don't seem to realise is the British had a policy of basically using the officers in those regions to keep those navies at high level, so that they could go and they could deal with the problems in their area as much as possible, so the Royal Navy only have to deploy when it needed to. So, to be honest, he's actually very good. I'd say one of the problems is he's put in a lot of interesting decisions by the politics and things involved. And one of the things I find interesting is that the Americans blame him for the issues of Task Group 62.2, and they don't blame Fletcher or Turner, who had summoned Crutchley and Van der Graaf for an evening conference. So Crutchley took his flagship with him. How else was he supposed to get there? And if he's not there, his flagship comes with him. But the point I would make is, why is Turner summoning people to his flagship for a briefing? Surely it'd probably be easier for either him to go to where Van der Graaf and Crutchley were, or the other way around, etc. It seems to me one of those things of history of, again, it's amazing how often in World War II history, Turner's mistakes are forgotten and others get the blame. That doesn't mean I think Crutchley's necessarily brilliant, I just think that Turner is very good at passing the blame to someone else.
So, would it be fair to say that Turner is good at turning a buck?
Yeah. Why can't I hear myself talking?
I have no idea.
I can hear myself talking about dreadnoughts. Richard Gross, who is your favourite Hammer character that's not a Primarch? Well, mine's kind of easy, so you guys carry on.
I mean, I'm not that big a fan, but from what I can tell, Sephias Kane seems to attract a lot of memes. And I did read some of the Gaunt's Ghost book back in the Dark Ages. And they were quite fun.
I think my answer is going to be short. Foxy, you want to go?
No, you go first. I'm still trying to decide.
I think my answer is going to be shorter. The character that I like, just because I like him and I think they're neat, is Shrike, Kai Van Shrike, the now former, but not dead, chapter master for the Raven Guard in the M41. I think he's gone back to being company captain for the 3rd Company. And I haven't read any of his books or books that he appears in, which is on me. As far as people who I've read books on, I can't think of his name, but he's the newest. He's the one kind of the viewpoint character for Horus Rising. The 9th or 10th Company captain that gets brought up to the Mournival. Can't think of his name. Dragon, help!
On.
I can't think of his name. What's the guy's
Remind
name?
me. Right, repeat.
The
Sorry.
viewpoint kind of the viewpoint character for Horse Rising. The
Haven't
guy
read that one.
Gets elevated to the Mournival.
I haven't actually read that one.
Okay, I gotta look it up because it's going to.
That's what I'm currently doing.
Loken, Gabrielle Loken.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm 85% certain on that. I'm gonna look it up anyway just to confirm what I think I know.
Yeah, Loken is one of the characters mentioned by name, but
I am the dumb. Yeah, it's Loken.
Okay, and I've decided.
Okay. Foxo then?
Malcador.
Alright.
Fair enough.
The singular, most awesome guy in the entirety of Warhammer who single-handedly redeems the Emperor's character in the entirety of the Horus Heresy franchise.
The Emperor's character is in any way redeemable?
Yes. Because between when Emperor and Malcador are Revelation of Malcador, because he's not the Emperor as you think of him in 40k yet, he's sort of Malcador's the only one that can bring out the human side of the Emperor. And it's sort of like shows the distinction between the Emperor as his job and the Emperor as a guy. And he's also responsible for the entirety of the Warhammer setting. Because we now know from the End and the Death that his final words are the only thing that kept the Emperor going when he was on the Golden Throne. So yeah, really cool guy. Oh, he also's the one who puts pretty much every Primarch, humbles every Primarch that's not the Khan when they try and confront and screw with him.
Isn't that only like 3 of them? I think it's Horus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She
it's
doesn't-
I want to
Horus.
say it's Alfarius and one other.
It's Horus, Lehman, Alfarius, Dawn. Because Dawn tries to start a fight over the Malcador, wiping some of his memories from the Empress orders.
It's
Perturabo for the same reason.
Mhm.
And he's also the Lion doesn't like him.
Well, Peter
Doesn't
Turbo
mess
is
with him in that
a
way.
petulant
but-
child.
Stafford, that's the whole
Right.
reason I haven't watched it, because the overwhelming number of female family members who have watched it. That is the whole reason. That's why it's the point of honor I haven't watched it. Seeing that,
Well,
saying
You
that,
haven't watched it for the meme, essentially.
basically, yeah, it became a thing of,
I
yeah,
can
I'm now,
respect this.
yes.
We'll need to correct it, of course, but I can respect it.
And I will add, mine is Bjorn the Fell-Handed, which is also my favourite of my models.
Unsurprising.
Unsurprising, yeah. He leads my Dreadnought arm. And occasionally I have gone and fought battles where I have literally turned up with only Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I think he has one of the best lines I've ever heard in a snippet for 40k. As to my name, Inquisitor, you will find it on my sarcophagus.
Yes. That's when that particularly stupid Inquisitor suddenly realises, oh, frigate.
To be fair, they actually immediately bow and sort of start going, oh, how... And Bjorn gets really annoyed of, oh, not you too.
Well,
Yeah, to be fair,
fair-
the Inquisitor next to him, who was actually from the planet and actually knew what he knew, had at the moment she'd seen him coming, had gone, I'm on the ground. And the Grey Knight next to her was sort of looking at her, looked at the Bjorn and was sort of going, yeah, this is one person who I probably won't be able to kill.
yeah, as I remember, it's when the Grey Knight in full Terminator plate next to you drops to one knee, kneeling.
You know, you might have messed up.
Maybe check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because I don't think there's many things besides an extreme amount of brute force that are going to get a Grey Knight to kneel.
Yeah.
So if one is doing so willingly to a dreadnought, you might want to look into that.
Yeah,
And Inez post and Raptor Rat, yes, thank you. It took me a minute, but eventually the brain cells connected.
It's just a wonderful thing when you're a walking, living legend, and it's a case of, okay, yes, this is someone who's scary.
And you can genuinely say, and this person can genuinely say, yeah, I met the Emperor once. Decent guy. I'd like to think that he liked me.
Yes, and sort of just mentally, you can just mentally imagine the Inquisitor's brain going,
Error code 404 does not compute.
I cannot argue about the Emperor of this guy because he literally met him.
I'm just waiting for the day where there's an ecclesiarch or member of the ecclesiarchy who is unfortunate enough to meet Bjorn the Fell-Handed when he is in a fey mood and decides to just... Yeah, the Emperor, man, a couple of times I got a whiff of him out of his armor and holy mackerel. Because I feel like that's something Bjorn would do.
Yeah, Bjorn would love to wind up the ecclesiarchy.
And you just... And whoever's the current chapter master for the Wolves suddenly
Grimnar
has an ecclesiarchy purge fleet showing up on his door. Bjorn, what did you do?
Logan Grimnar just going, oh god, not this again. Okay, right then, round two, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes, but Bjorn will at that point have the little sign up going, I is asleep. or what is it? I ain't dead from Granny Weatherwax.
Been unable to rouse the dreadnought.
Stafford Thompson, what traditional Navy meal would you like to have and share with the panel before you all head over to Japan?
Boxer, you can't say rum.
The trouble is, my favourite Navy meal is a traditional one in the Royal Navy, but it's not a traditional one for a long time. It's traditional from about the 50s onwards, and that's the pepperoni pizza, because they do really good pepperoni pizza. If you've ever had Royal Navy pepperoni pizza, you'll know what I'm talking about. They do really, really good pepperoni pizza. It's the only pizza I ever have, which I regularly have, and I go, how is it this is not greasy? It's never greasy, it's never there's never sauce, it's always done well and properly, and it's one of my favourite pizzas I can have, but I wouldn't, I'm not sure I would do that for everyone, so pass it on. But my one will be the pepperoni pizza. I'm just going to quickly go grab a glass of something to drink.
If I can get the office and stuff, the Russian Navy in the communist era.
Interesting choice.
Or just actually the SSN, the Boomer Cruise. They actually get some really good food. For obvious reasons, but yeah, high quality vodka and borscht. Sign me up.
Borscht is not something to necessarily be thrilled about.
Hey, I like it.
That implies you eat food occasionally.
It does.
I'm not sure I believe
Oh
this.
no, it's a lie.
Wait.
I'm kind of curious what the salt beef that Drac made tasted like. But to be honest, my understanding with a lot of those things was they just yes, you salted it to death, and then you boiled it back to kind of an undeath. And the salt was just the preservative. So you kind of washed it out rather than it actually being that. But I don't particularly like the idea of weevils in my bread.
So are you saying that you would like the zombie beef is what you would like?
No, I'm curious to try it. There was also an interesting. So, hearing about the Royal Australian Navy submarines in the Cold War, they would do barbecues on the deck because they were all SSKs, still are. So they would surface and have barbecues, and they kept the beer in the redundant burn tubes to keep them chilled. And I think that sounds quite cool.
The Australians converting a torpedo tube to beer storage is obnoxiously on brand, I just want to say.
Yes, it is.
So that they can have it for barbecues.
Yes, that's just like they're not beating the allegations.
No.
I'm not saying they're unjustified.
I don't think they
I'm
were
just saying they're
trying
not
to.
beating the allegations.
I don't think they care, really, about the allegations. They're just carrying on and having a great time. Anyone else?
Well,
We've had
I believe we're
Foxo.
going to be trying this. I believe we're going to be trying the Friday Curry with the IJN. Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces.
We could well be. I have heard that you want to curry yourself around the fleet. We'll see what we can arrange. Steve Clarke, condemnation of both the IS and Russian continues in the UN. I'm guessing it's Israel and Russia continues in the UN. Are we getting to a tipping point for the organisation where people no longer trust its ability to resolve international problems? Basically, it's the same problem the UN always runs into. Who, in a nice way, who do you rely on? The UN has no military forces, and no one's going to give it them. They have to borrow others. It's kind of like, in a nice way, some of the things that went off against Ireland. When Ireland made a perfectly normal international statement of, we want people to bring peace and this, and everyone turned around and went, so yeah, you sending troops? You sending this? You have nothing. And the Irish are going, well, what was this? And it just didn't go, no, in a nice way, you had the unfortunate point of making a loud noise in a period where of increased tensions when everyone's focusing on size of armies, and you became a meme. I do apologise, Ireland. You were just carrying on as if it was still diplomacy as normal from the 2000s. This was the trouble. Basically, the United Nations, it has a problem in that to resolve the issues of the League of Nations, you have the Security Council. But that means Russia is a Security Council member, so they have a veto, so no one's going to do anything against them, because they can veto any things on themselves. And Israel, whilst they don't have a veto themselves, the United States is sufficiently committed to Israel that it's not going to allow anything to be done. And also, how do I put this? A lot of the nations which are very happy to make loud noise about what Israel is getting up to, if you immediately said, right then, so do you want to do something about it with your own forces, would get very, very quiet very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Very, very quiet very, very quickly.
The Israelis have some interesting points, which and bear in mind, I apparently share cousins with the current president of Israel in making these criticisms. Israel take a stance that they don't have the luxury of being nice and kind of hoping for the best when it comes to how to respond to perceived threats, which is why they do what they do. And whether I agree with them or not, that is their take on it, and I can't say they're wrong. And their point is they do not have the strategic depth to give up land for time. So they have to fight everything very aggressively and forward.
Sadly enough, I can understand that, because this is one of the problems we have. A lot of nations which are being critical about them have a lot of strategic depth, or have the advantage of being a fair amount of distance away from things.
Yeah,
and it does help.
It's very much the same as, say, South Korea or Taiwan and their approach to things.
Yes. Which is why I tell people to be very careful.
Yes. They are also, and I think the worry is going to be when Poland starts feeling that way.
Oh, our little European Texas is already getting that way. Timo Lockhart,
No.
what is the panel's favourite naval-themed song? In the Navy, you can sail the 7 seas in the Navy. Yeah, there's just no other option, really, is there? You're welcome to...
A yellow submarine.
Yeah.
A yellow submarine.
Just
Yeah,
remember,
that's one that I'm
any
thinking
song
of.
you nominate, you have
It's
to
not
sing.
official, and I definitely can't sing it here.
Then you cannot nominate it. Bomber Boy, could the Houthis operate weather balloons? I don't see why they couldn't, technologically. I don't think they do, from memory, but I'd have to check.
My head died.
What benefit would there be to meteorological data over the Red Sea for planning their attacks on shipping? There would be some, in terms of refining target analysis and target data, but again, it's going to be limited, because it's limited to how much they can process it. The thing about meteorological data is its benefit is in the aggregate, not in the individual data. So it's the cumulative data from lots of different sites that give you the information, not the individual sites. So an individual balloon doesn't give you that much data. You either need a lot of balloons or a lot of the ground stations on a lot of balloons and various other things to put the data together. So there could be some advantage, but that's going to be a lot of infrastructure set up and do, and honestly, they probably don't.
Yeah. I can't see the benefit for them. Yeah.
Let's see, everyone, if the USN had taken its planned 66 cancelled Sikorsky SH-60B Seahawks and 25 cancelled Sikorsky SH-60F Oceanhawks and reordered them, what should they go for?
Right now, I'd probably hold off and wait to see what the next generation is going to actually be.
I think we're talking quite a few years ago. That's about a decade or so ago. If remember, maybe even a couple of decades ago, actually. Probably something else on the Seahawk frame at that point. If this was a current today thing, you've got to wait until you see what aircraft come in, as Dan was saying. But yeah,
because I think it's a bit like the Merlin. Actually, the Seahawk's quite a lot older, because the Black Hawk was introduced in about 1980?
Mm-hmm.
Or something. It is not a young frame.
No.
To be basing things off.
The SH-60 is not exactly a young frame either. So.
No. Yeah. So it's all of those 60. That whole family is fundamentally not young, and whilst there may well be an element of Flight 29 Tico about Arleigh Burke about it, that actually it bears virtually no resemblance to the original, I'd still wonder whether you couldn't do something better.
Well, yeah, but it's one of those issues you have constantly dealing with with modern force structures. People just tend to keep reordering the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, how old they get.
They do. What were the procedures for transporting masts from forests to shipyards in the period 1600 to 1830? Okay, Castan. So when you've got a suitable piece of wood for a mast, usually they would end up going down a river. Most often as full tree form. They would be got to a suitable yard. Either they would be actually loaded aboard ships and transported in the hull of ships, and they would literally be transported in lengths, but into ships, or they might be refined where they get to the sea and turned into masts and then transported as masts. But usually they're transported as whole logs to where they need to go, and then the yard which gets them will then turn them into mast posts.
But they take a lot of curing and seasoning, and
which is why you usually transport them in full log form rather than mast form, because you want to try and keep them in as original condition as possible until you start mucking around them to turn them into a mast. And the seasoning they're going to be years in a mast pool.
Yeah, it feels slightly ridiculous the amount they do, but then this is why you end up with ships like HMS Victory and Constitution still hanging around, versus kind of medieval or ancient ships, which were essentially disposable after a couple of years.
Yeah, basically a medieval ship you wouldn't expect to last more than a couple of seasons. If it did last more than a couple of seasons, you had a very good ship, but you also were very worried when you went to sea in it.
And not long after, you're getting to the stage of
the keel's fallen out,
and the entire crew
mm-hmm.
put together in some cases,
mm-hmm.
or at least bits of her are.
Mm-hmm.
Honest, we didn't just build a new ship and tell the Navy board that it was the same one.
Or tell Parliament it was the same one. Yeah.
We wouldn't
Stafford,
do that.
how different would events turn out if the Germans had removed the aft turret of the Charles class and instead had V1 launch platforms?
They didn't have the whilst they had operational Scharnhorst and Eisenhower.
No.
But ignoring that,
it's not really a good use of space, considering how. I think about the V1 you could theoretically do it, but those launch platforms are. How long was the runway for the V1? V1 launch platform. Let me just clear a platform.
Pretty long.
Yes, I'm just thinking it through. Let's see. Let's see. Their catapult and all that setup was. Oh, good lord. Yeah, you're not losing just the aft turret. You're losing the aft. Well, maybe not even the aft 2/3 of the ship. To launch space, loading space for crane. Yeah, it's not really a helpful asset. It gives you something which you can vaguely point in a direction and hit a city. You can't hit another ship with it. And you basically you've got something on your back which is sufficiently explosive to destroy you. Yeah, no, it's not an option. V2.
I am not letting, as a proud member of the German Navy, I would not be allowing that explosive cocktail that they use to fuel those things anywhere near my ship, and I will shoot anyone who tries to come near me with it.
It could be an interesting thing to see. Bummer boy. What if the two British capital ships at Denmark Strait are stopped with the two US capital ships at Guadalcanal in the action against Hiroshima? How did both actions turn out? In the nicest way, Hiroshima probably doesn't change that much. Denmark Strait, the two capital ships there. Yeah, they're gonna, in the nicest way, they're two fast battleships. So, it's not going to be good for the Germans. I mean, the Americans probably. How do I put this properly?
Wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, pretty much.
In the same way that you would if you had two KGVs there that were actually worked up.
Yes, two worked up KGBs would make a very big difference to that battle.
One thought I had, just going back to the previous question.
Yes.
What could you do with a Scharnhorst if you went for a Nelson-style layout?
Probably upgrade the armor and still get the same speed.
But also, you could then be running. Well, I mean, it would mean that if you're running away, when you're running away from a British warship, you'd have nothing to fire back with. So maybe they'd do better off being more like their cruisers and having two stern and two aft and only one forward turret.
Yeah. You know I don't like that design. You know I hate that design. I'm not getting into it.
But it works for when you are having to run away from the British ships that you are supposedly so much greater than. But I was only following orders to run away. The one time I actually believed that thing. Yeah. Fun times.
Now, Chandler, it's an interesting point. But I'm not quite sure.
It's got to have a second part.
Yeah.
I mean, historically it's aimed at the Japanese because they've just done. Is it
That's
Hosho?
not in the Washington Naval Treaty. This is the trouble. I'm reading through the Washington Naval Treaty in front of me.
No, it's not. It's London. It's London.
There is in the Washington Naval Treaty. It's called sections, not chapters. But there is a thing. There's aircraft carriers are defined as a vessel of war with displacement in excess of 10,000 tons stand displacement, designed for the specific and exclusive purpose of carrying aircraft. It must be so constructed that aircraft can be launched therefrom and landed thereon, and not designed and constructed for carrying a more powerful armament than allowed to. It's under Article 9 or Article 10, as the case may be. Basically, that is not aimed at anyone. That is aimed at stopping people building supercruisers on the aircraft carrier tonnage. One of the things I would say also is that was used as a rule that, if you could build a carrier under 10,000 tons, you got it in. But that was, how do I put this politely? That section is... And there's a reason it's called sections, not chapters. Chapters is a chapter 3 is a different port. It's a different thing.
Yeah, it's the specifics around how you organise treaties and things in terms of articles and
chapters and there's all sorts of phrasing as to how you do it.
It all has lots of information. It's to do with what carries across and is considered what bits you have to repeat stuff over.
Yeah,
or see previous because it's all part of the same part.
It's a whole different language thing.
I've had too many contracts off to be checked.
I
Not a
imagine who's
read-through.
at fault here. Did the British at any point between 1920 and 1930 plan on building cruiser carriers based on the hull of the Cannon-class cruisers? They have an idea. They do have ideas about it, but honestly, they have the Hermes. And the Hermes is a really interesting vessel because it is in standard displacement. In standard displacement, this is the important thing. You have to remember, the Hermes in standard displacement is 11,000 tons. So she's literally 1,000 tons over. And honestly, the British reckon they could have made that 1,000 tons drop away quite quickly with their design work. And they could have been cranking them out. It's one of the annoying things of history, is if the British had gone with the larger cruiser designs for the Hawkins class and had them entering service, then they would have been the basis of the cruiser limitation, not the Hawkins, which was 10,000 tons. And so if you'd had a 12,000 tons limit, then it would have been 12,000 tons written there, and the British would have churned out, for every 4 counties, a Hermes Star carrier. Which would have been quite useful.
Yeah. It's
Because the reason you do that is because then that means that you don't have to have aviation tonnage on your cruiser, because you have a cruiser carrier. So you can use your 10,000. You don't have to use 10,000 tons for your cruiser. You don't have to use it for aircraft.
Just 2 things for keep chat happy here.
Yeah.
Chinga will be reopening questions likely in the next couple of minutes here.
Yeah.
Doc, we have 4 questions left in the queue, including gypsies.
Okay, if you want to open up questions.
And I'll drop the command message for you in there, and that's how you get in queue to get answered.
Thank you.
But I think that the thing which irked me when I got my hands on it, which was a book about the kind of design work for the Royal Navy ships of World War II, was the amount of effort they had actually put into working out how and what to convert into escort carriers, going back to about 34.
Yes.
And then did precisely none of it for the crucial bits of time.
Well, that's because they didn't have the budget for it. Henderson starts them off with the going to work and actually doing it and having it. The trouble is, Henderson dies in 39.
But it's like they could have done some of it in 39, 40, or worse. Yeah,
They could have done,
even-
but the trouble is, you have a certain guy called Winston Churchill as First Lord of the Admiralty, and he is trying to reenact what he should have done in World War One. And you have the Third Sea Lord is a very nice, very equitable guy, but he's brand new in post, having taken over from Henderson when Henderson died. And he goes on to be quite a capable officer for the Royal Navy. You might have heard of him. He goes on to become he's Admiral Fraser. But as Third Sea Lord, he is really not prepared.
Well, no, because I don't think he's done that much in the way of the political jobs, and it's a very political job. As political, if not more, than First Sea Lord. Because it's to do with money.
Mm-hmm.
And it means you have to deal with politicians, because you're trying to get them to pay for things.
Oh,
Well,
Stafford?
well, I'm just thinking there's a question coming up, which is a Foxo Dream question, because it's about Buccaneers. And I've noticed that Foxo is back. Foxo is very much in the chat still.
She has returned.
I do wish people would be
I managed to
slightly
summon her.
more patient with regards to the IP.
What?
Okay.
Yes, but they're very keen questions. Very keen. Gypsy Danger 122. What ship?
If the chat doesn't say that the questions are open, questions are not open. That message will always appear in chat, unless we are on SteveBot and PaulBot version 1.0.
In
Then-
which case, they will put the question. They will put it in chat and go, "It's open."
Yeah, that we're ready to receive.
Now, Gypsy Danger
Where's my
122. What ship from World War II would you have preserved that isn't a capital ship and isn't already preserved now? HMS Nubian, HMS Eskimo, HMS Asante, and HMS Tata. Carry on, rest of you.
I would have kept probably another of the town class.
Mm-hmm.
One of the earlier ones that had more war service, because Belfast survived because she spent several years out of service. And that's why she was in such good nick. And she had all the other advantages. But one of the others would be good. And maybe at Orr County.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's criminal we don't have any Flower class corvettes left, or River class frigates in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
You've already said about the destroyers, so
Yeah.
that's done. I mean, I would have quite liked if any of the J's or K's lasted. I'd have happily had one of them or N's. I can't remember
Always
if
good.
many of them survived. Mainly is to show the difference between them and the tribals, because I find that an interesting point of divergence in design philosophy. That they built the tribals and they went, "Ooh, what can we do that's a little bit cheaper?"
Runon,
Mhm.
have you ever been to a place called Shady Maple Smorgasbord?
Not by name.
Just been sent through to me as America's largest buffet.
Cool. Sounds like a great place to get food poisoning.
It's open 24 hours a day.
Where is it?
Well, it's called Shady Maple Smorgasbord, so I can't imagine it's in the south of America.
So then why am I suspected of having gone there?
I'm just seeing
more
the
curiosity.
nicest way, the huge amount of food there. I'm surprised you haven't gone just to see what the food is.
Doc, if I didn't have to go to work, I wouldn't leave my house.
Honestly,
Why do you think I'm looking? Why do you think I'm looking?
I'd rather-
at-
Go on, Ron.
Why do you think I'm looking at moving to the UK and not Canada, which is infinitely easier for me?
Like honestly, it's at times scary of how similar Runon and Foxo actually are.
Yes.
Except I can get Runon to eat. I still have to struggle with Foxo on occasion with that. Though she has got much better.
I have kind of mother-daughter vibes, or maybe big sister, little sister.
Definitely more big sister, little sister.
I was thinking
better.
grandmother, granddaughter, but okay, carry on.
Why? Why do I even show up to this? Why bother?
Well, if you want Runon, I can fix this by giving you a worse thing to think about.
Do I even have the ability to stop you?
Yes, actually. That's why I said if you want.
I do not want you to make this worse, but I feel that you will do so anyway because you can be cruel.
Then I
Okay,
won't.
we'll let you do so, and then
moving
we'll
on.
go on to the Foxo's question. This is the
Oh,
question
better
for
move on
Foxo.
then. Like,
How would you and the panel keep the Royal Navy's order of 7 more Phantoms, 10 more Buccaneers, and 30 more Western Wasp from being cancelled?
Increase the number of flight decks you have.
Yeah.
Incriminating photos of key ministers.
That implies they have shame.
Remember,
They don't have shame. They have electorates.
we did lose at least one MP in the poor Fuma affair, which was a sex scandal, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't
What's a
MP
bit wrong with the guardsman?
No, wasn't it the MP who was having relations with his son's fiance or something?
No, she was essentially a call girl who was sleeping with a minister and I think the Russian defense attaché.
Did this was this person cleared?
No.
Okay.
Oh, he was the Secretary of State for War as well.
Yeah, Bruships.
Hmm.
But Christine Keeler ended up having a very miserable life. And it's kind of depressing because there was a dramatization and she was kind of quite glam and things, and it was, done as kind of almost kind of fun and things, and actually it just sounds really grotty, and she was basically a constant victim of everything. And then I can't remember how she ended up dying young and in poverty and things, and yeah.
Didn't she
Kinda
die at
sucked.
age 75?
Don't think so.
Yes, December 2017, age 75.
I may have been thinking of somebody else then.
She didn't have that great a life in the end, and she she ended up dying from COPD.
Yeah, that's never fun.
I think that's probably
Yes.
yes.
The number 2 thing or type of thing that I do not wish to die of.
Yeah.
9681, was airborne mine countermeasures a concept of failure, as airborne mine countermeasure helicopters have rapidly fallen out of use? I think the only ones who ever really used them were the Americans. It's not really so much a failure as we can now do it better. It was another way of offboarding away from the ships to keep them clear of the mines. And we can now do that more excessively with uncrewed robots who we don't care about. And this is the interesting thing about the uncrewed robots is that they've reached a point where they're both capable, but we also don't care about them. So if you attack them, people don't... This is one of the reasons why they're not so good for deterrence. These people don't care if you shoot them down. And realistically, we owe this to Donald Trump, because when his drone got shot by the Iranians, he did not go to war over it. He just went, c'est la vie. I'm not going to war over a drone.
But he did have to write a letter to a lawnmower.
Look, she'd lost her partner. It was very cruel on the lawnmower.
Well, I was going to say son,
And all the robo mower children.
Yep. Yep. They having Roombas.
Yeah.
But the I think possibly the other thing about airborne mine clearance is it works for particular types of mines.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll work great for magnetic mines if you just run a highly charged magnet one. It's like, woo, great. You could probably tow something along to do acoustic, but acoustic mines are always a pain. And you're getting mines that are smart enough that they'd probably be able to put 2 and 2 together and go, yeah, but I can hear a helicopter right overhead at the same time as there's a really tasty looking magnetic field. This smells like a trap. I'm going to hold off launching for now. And I think that would be part of the issue. I don't think it would be that hard to program a mine to be smart enough to outsmart that.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably
No,
not.
The
you
big
make
issue
sense.
there is just cost, because you can do it pretty easy on the coding side. It's just you've increased the cost of the mine now.
Yeah, because now that brain needs more processing power, which means it needs more batteries or an exotic energy generator.
But your mines
Yeah, and-
are
Andy Shepard, don't forget your question syntax. I'll repost it.
Because you can pretty much use an analog system if you're just dead when you hit the right scenario. But if you're trying to differentiate, then you need at least sensors.
So, I mean, the modern mines that people like the British make but don't deploy are it's basic, and the ones the Americans are using are basically a torpedo in a little shell, and so torpedoes are complicated enough. You've got all of that stuff on board for kind of overcoming whatchamacallits, countermeasures and things. So that's already in there. These are not your floating along with a Hertz horn things anymore. That's not the kind of mine you're trying to sweep that way. Certainly not with an air drag thing.
Doc, how many more questions do you want to take in?
How many are in?
I got starting with at parameters.
Yeah.
I got 21.
Let's pause once it gets to 25, and then if we're still going, if we feel like it's still going, we'll ask for more.
I'm going to
Because
bow
I'm
out
conscious
shortly.
that young master Dan has to bow out shortly, and I have to record 4 videos tomorrow to make up for the fact that one of the the videos for Friday and I record on Friday and Thursday all had sound issues, and I figured out why. There were sound issues, but
Did a Worcester eat something?
no, it was far more interesting than that. Basically, every time a certain, because Thursday and Friday we were dealing with issues with boiler issues, it seems like the tester unit which was being used by the engineer who was checking the boiler also was setting off the microphone, because I went, why didn't it affect a lot? Why didn't it affect later on recording sort of things? Oh yeah, it's that. So I've now got to record before I go away. So I've got to record basically between Monday and Friday. I have to record 18 videos. So I'm hoping to be on Ramblings tomorrow evening, but I could be sending a message going, "Sorry, I'm buried." And also, we've got to do the live for me and Drac with the Dreadnoughts. So yeah. So I'm going to look at a lot of computers. Parliament, your question. The Japanese 127 Type 1.5, they never built even a version of the Type 1. They built one model of the Type 5. It never gets to service. It's in theory an excellent gun, which would be a really useful dual-purpose weapon. But yeah, it never seems to have actually been in service, and it could have been a really good weapon with twin mountings for ships and single mountings for land and all sorts of things, but it was never entered service, so we don't know. It is good I don't sleep, but it also is annoying, Zacco, because, how do I put this politely? I don't like to be this pressed for time. I like to be organised and have everything done, and I was done. I had recorded 6 videos. I was recording at roughly 3 a day, which is fine. Now I've got 18 in 5 days, so it's roughly 4 a day once you consider in some days I've got busy things on. So yeah, it's just that bit of extra time and effort where I don't get rest time. So, Poseidon 7307, the Sanders Row Princess, and this is definitely one which I'm going to be calling on Foxo, is completed in 1935. With its associated technology, how might this platform change the maritime patrol role, and how devastating might this platform plus technologies change World War II? So, the Sanders Row Princess. Ooh, that's an interesting one.
That is it's one of the last flying boat airliners.
Yeah.
Like, it's a absolute chonker of a flying boat.
Yeah. It also has 4 Bristol coupled Proteus turboprops, generating 5,000 horsepower each, and 2 Bristol turboprops. So, okay, the sheer amount of technology you're going to get from this, if you're completing that in 1935, Britain has just won the air power race.
Yes, that's. I mean, those turboprops aren't particularly useful for single seaters, but they've won the bomber race at least.
I'm not sure. You could build a single seater around it. Nice one. It's 2,500 horsepower. You'll find a way to build a single seater around it.
It's just I've been worried about throttle response time on those things because they're not exactly designed for small aircraft.
Yeah, but you could work with that. But it is also, it's got the dual-aluminium German propellers, which is pretty darn useful.
Yeah.
It's got
It's
a humongous
very long
catapult,
ranged.
137,000 pounds of disposable load. That's 62 tons.
Yes.
Yeah. This comes into
Let's
service
just
in
say-
1935. Someone is crying hard.
Oh, and you thought the Berlin airlift was going to pose a significant challenge?
It's not even that. It's if you have these in 35, it's effectively taken the place of the short Sunderlands. And Mid-Atlantic Gap? What? Mid-Atlantic Gap?
No mid-Atlantic gap. There's no mid-Atlantic.
And remember, these are flying boats that can go from pretty much one end of the empire to the other.
Yes.
So it might actually make the Burma theatre commandable.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
Fair. But you've basically screwed over every U-boat that tries to do anything, because
You have, yes, you have definitely.
these things are big enough with the carrying capacity that they could carry early war radars, not even not even air search radar.
Yeah.
Forget your exclamation point, Andy.
And yeah, it's like the engines are gonna change how bombers work for definite, and probably the heavy fighters. Actually, high quality aluminium framing.
Vice Marshal Goring.
Mhm.
Goring.
These things would change history quite effectively. I think. I think
These things would probably eliminate the need for the B-29.
I'm not sure. B-29. Let's be honest. That has a range. That has a range of 3,250 miles. This has a range of 5,720 miles. So, yes, it would eliminate the B-29. It would provide the British with the ability to definitely drop a nuke on anyone they felt like it. But also, I'm more thinking about... Well, you see, you could operate these from a lock in Scotland quite happily, which would be quite a long way away from where the German bombers will launch. You could load them up with a lot of bombs, turn up in the middle of the night, on a very northerly course, and bomb the bejesus out of Germany and come back.
I mean,
And considering
gonna
their
be hell of
cruising
expensive.
speed is 360 miles per hour at 32,500 feet. Let's see.
I don't think the Germans are going to be succeeding in intercepting you very often.
No, considering, yeah, the Germans. Well, their fighters can catch you at that speed. They can catch you at that speed. They just about. They're not going to be able to catch you quickly, but they can catch you. But their service ceiling is 39,000 feet. Now, your cruising ceiling as an airliner is 32,500 feet, and your maximum speed is 380 miles per hour at 37,000 foot. Your service ceiling is 39,000 foot, theoretically absolute as designed. But if you're being designed as a bomber, you can probably push that. And I'd like to point out that the rate of climb between the two is not as different as the fighters would like it to be.
Yeah.
Now imagine if you've armed this thing like a scaled-up Sunderland with guns.
Which you would have done.
Yes. Now imagine they are going to want to slow down and drop a little bit lower for the funsies.
It's not good for anyone, this one. It's not good for anyone. The British are going to be very happy. It's going to be expensive. But the thing is, it will quickly become very cheap in the volume they'll be building.
And also the rearmament money primarily went to the RAF. Historically, it's just now they're going to get this instead of Fairy Battles and Bolton Pool Defiance.
And Wellingtons.
I like Wellingtons.
Would you be buying a Wellington if you could be buying this?
Yes.
Can I have both?
Well, the question is, well, what happens if you make a Wellington alike with these engines?
Yes.
What happens if whoever's in charge of U.S. Army Air Force procurement at this point walks up to the RAF and says, "So what's your price for the design specs for that?"
They won't. Britain and America have a relationship, but they don't have that close a relationship in 1935. Maybe by 1939, but not in 1935.
Sorry, I was thinking it was 39 when, there's a little bit of...
No,
yeah,
this is the other problem.
we-
This happens in 1935, which gives the British enough time to really get very interesting with these engines.
Yeah.
Very interesting with these engines. Spitfire with a 2,500 horsepower, a Spitfire airframe built around a 2,500 horsepower engine.
Oh, you're not getting that on that airframe.
No, you build the Spitfire airframe around that sort of engine. So you scale it up to the engine.
It's going to be a very different Spitfire. And you're probably going to run
At that
into
point,
a
you
lot of
almost
the-
want swept wings.
Yeah, I was about to say, at that point, you're probably going to start running into transonic issues.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think this aircraft will be able to bring transonics forward.
This aircraft wouldn't,
Yeah,
its
the
engines
support-
might.
Yeah, the supporting knowledge base, I guess, for lack of any better phrasing, isn't there for it. I need to check again. Yeah, Poseidon over on Twitch is saying, "Imagine the Pacific."
Yes.
Yeah.
I now am imagining a pack of these, or a pack of aircraft developed from these, going after Yamato.
Oh yeah, the scary thing is going to be the mosquito equivalent.
Yeah, I'm just imagining a pack of oversized turboprop aircraft going, mine, 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 mine.
Yeah, the thing about this, with you having turboprops and having these things put in, the sheer amount of power you're putting into these aircraft, they're going to be interesting. And how you modify them from airliner form to a warfighting form is going to be interesting, because the first thing normally you do if you're modifying something from an airliner into a bomber is you're adding in tankers. You're adding in tanks. You're adding in a fuel capacity. You probably still do that on this.
One massive fuel tank.
It's got yes.
You're saying that this thing had a max takeoff loading of 63 tons?
It has a max takeoff capacity of 345,000 pounds.
So that's 150 tons.
156 to be precise.
Once you get over the 100 mark for this day and age, what's another 6 tons?
The aircraft itself weighs in at 190,000 pounds, or roughly 86 tons. So it can carry about another 60 ton, about another 70 tons.
I just have visions of, instead of it being a Catalina finding the Bismarck, it's going to be one of these, and it's just going to solo Bismarck on its own.
Well, you see, the thing
I
is,
don't think it'll be quite that romping stomping.
Let's put it this way.
It's a big target.
Let's put it this way. It is big enough that the British ideas for having a multi-torpedo launching aircraft becomes A, viable, and B, they start working it, going down the system. And in the nicest way, they did have an idea of having torpedoes which would roll out of the aircraft and have a parachute to put them into the water.
Oh, I was envisioning a kind of rotary.
With a sort of drag line like the British were fitting an attention wire on their things to keep the torpedo pointing in the right direction. And it could probably launch a spread of 6 of these at something like the Bismarck.
So the British were planning torpedo Rocket Dragon.
Yes.
I'm also having...
Foxo is mentally working out, how can I include this in any war game I'm involved in?
Yes.
Don't be cruel.
Deal with it.
Don't be any crueler to Slayer than Slayer has already found himself being in. Okay.
That's impossible to make it worse than he already is.
I'm just...
It is. He still has very few allies that are in close mutually supporting positions. I've seen his updated map. It's better. It's still not good.
No.
I'm just having visions of they might also change the air launch torpedo to be a 21-inch.
I was thinking about 23, because it could carry him.
No, just reuse your standard destroyer torpedo.
Well, no.
And if you really don't like something...
The thing is, you could have it so you could launch any of them. And have packs for them. And so you could basically use any torpedoes.
I was imagining Trento with 23-inch torpedoes.
That'd be great. You wouldn't want to use something like this for attacking the harbour. Not with that's you'd use whatever your swordfish equivalent was in this era. Probably your albacore equivalent.
Yeah, but a turboprop swordfish with this.
Oh yeah, it's a swordfish with this sort of engine is taking 2 to 3 torpedoes in with its strike. So each of them are launching a 3 torpedo salvo.
And actually, something that would be an interesting knock-on effect is, what does armored vehicle development do? Because
high horsepower engines.
yeah, because one of the you see where they take, what was it, 6 double-decker bus engines and fuse them onto one crankshaft,
Yeah.
so they can get the power density that they desire. And now all of a sudden you're giving them reliable turbine engines.
Yeah.
Like the British, I mean, it will have some interesting knock-on effects as they realize exactly how thirsty those engines are.
Oh please, the tanks had basically no range anyway.
Yeah, but there's levels of I have no range, and if I'm remembering many of Chieftain's statements correctly, a lot of NATO allies look at the range on the Abrams like, yeah, you can do some awesome things with the Abrams, but ouch, that fuel bill.
Yes, that fuel bill is extortion. But actually, I was thinking more about you imagine the Fairmile D dogboats, etc. Instead of having 5,000 horsepower, having 10,000 horsepower.
No, they were crazy enough as it is. Why are you giving them double the new?
Potentially, depending on how you structure it, 15,000 horsepower.
I think. Yeah, we just had a memo come through from the chief of S Butter. He is saying this is not fair. This is cheating, and he is going to take his ball and go home and not play anymore.
Look, I just remember they have 4 Packard 4M 2500 petrol engines, which gives them a total of 5,000 horsepower, right? Packards are quite big engines and there's quite a big space. Without much difference in dogboats, you could definitely fit. You could definitely fit 3 of these engines, and they're each roughly 2,500 horsepower. But the thing is, the double engines don't take up much more space, and that's one of the things this is going to show the British, is how to link in the engines so you have a double engine, which means you could theoretically fit 6 in that space, which is what gives you 15,000 horsepower instead of 5,000 horsepower. And 5,000 horsepower gets you to official speed of 29 knots at full load. I think 15,000 gets you into probably the high 30s. Just roughly. At which point,
All I know is
let's put it away.
I see. I see Poseidon putting comments in Twitch chat, and essentially, no. Why are we giving the Canadians more opportunities for war crimes?
The more interesting thing is the Schnellboots, because you see, their traditional advantage over the British was their basically their speed. They were capable of going very, very fast, and that was kind of helpful. But if the British ones are capable of doing 30-something knots, then they could get to 48 knots, but they were only capable of sustaining 43 roughly knots as a sustained speed. If the British are getting to 39 knots, your sustained speed is only sustained in calmish waters. The dogboats were designed for rougher waters. I.e., in rough seas, i.e., like most of the North Sea, most of the time, your speed is going to curtail off a lot quicker than their speed is. Yeah. That's going to be a problem. So, yes, this is going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
As I said, the U-boat arm are crying foul.
U-boat arm, the Chanel boat arm, and pretty much quite a large chunk of the whole Luftwaffe. Luftwaffe are crying many versions of foul. A Spitfire.
Luftwaffe have bonus of this won't fix the issues with the RAF Bomber Command.
No, it won't fix issues with the RAF Bomber Command. It will fix some of the issues with the wider British Armed Forces, though. There's also the fact it comes in 1935, and that is when the British are building the Matilda II, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like I should be ashamed to postulate this because it hinges upon the honor of His Majesty's naval constructors in this time period. But what happens if the Brits decide to play upon the ignorance of the world when they're designing the flowers and other ASW escorts that they do, and shove a number of these into a flower?
It's mainly the fuel you need for this is why you wouldn't do that. It's the fuel it's the fuel they need. That doesn't work smart. Let's be honest, a flag class only has a 2,750 indicated horsepower engine. It's really not a massive system, and it's, they are, how do I put this politely? They use things like Scotch boilers, free drum boilers, basically anything they can get, and they're using double acting, triple expansion reciprocating steam engines. They're not using the latest turbines, no. This is the sort of thing you put in motor torpedo boats, you put in anything which isn't going out for weeks of operation, basically.
So it wouldn't be a good fit for submarines?
No.
Right.
As a replacement for the diesel?
Well,
These are going to drink fuel like it's an American muscle car in the 60s.
yeah. That's going to mean the main British problem with this is going to be, in a nice way, keeping them fueled, which is one of the reasons why it's good it happens in 1935, because the sheer fuel bill that they see coming might actually make them start stockpiling fuel earlier on, which actually helps. Next question, Black Horse. How often does gunpowder explosions happen on ships, and what is the famous example and less known example? The famous example, of course, is... how do I put this? But gunpowder explosions don't happen that often in ships. They do a lot of effort to try and stop them going off. When they do happen, there isn't really a less known example. They're all quite famous in their own ways. If you go and talk to the people who know about them, they'll go, oh, there's this one. And you talk to, each country has their own one, which they really sort of talk about. Most of the really famous ones are the ones that happen in battles.
People and make them happen. The Royal Navy mostly is the cause of them for the other nations.
Yes.
In quite a few cases.
The Battle of the Nile being, of course, the most famous example of those.
Yep.
But there's also the other battle I did a video about with one of the admirals I talked about earlier in the year. Remembering the battle from the top of my head, I've forgotten it. But it's one of the post-Trafalgar battles where basically the British are hunting down a couple of Spanish ships and they go, oh, hello, in the dark, and one of the Spanish ships end up beating each other up because in the dark they mistake each other for the British, and the British just go, okay, we'll let you two first rates beat each other up, and they do. They make each other blow up. That isn't talked about as much because the British can't claim to have done it, but the Spanish don't really kind of admit they've done it. Stafford Thompson, how about a V2 launch pad on the aft end of Bismarck class and they build 6 of them? How worried are UK and US be? They're more worried that they built 6 battleships than they are worried about they having V2s on the back. But having V2s on the back will be an amazing thing to have because the stability of the launch platform is going to be interesting.
I'm just sitting here wondering is Stafford unleashing more Canadian war crimes? Because that's just hitting Bismarck with more of a nerve stick than Bismarck was hit with by its own side.
Yeah. Basically, it does mean that if Bismarck gets hit...
I'm going to devote the X and Y, a space that's traditionally occupied by the X and Y turret, by very, very energetic propellant.
Yeah. So you're basically cutting them down by... Well, to be fair, you're still gonna have the guns for at least 4 of them. So you need to go and produce 4 more turrets. They're going to have like 4 15-inch guns for each of these ships, which means it's not going to be a pretty fight. If they could make them triple 15s, so they had 6 forward, that could possibly help them. But they'd have to do some work on that, and that would possibly make them slightly more viable. But they'd still be, people looking and going, okay, this is not that much. This is not a greater threat as we worried about, because you've got the British going. So it's got 6 15-inch guns, and we've got 10 on our 10 14-inch. Yeah, that's not really a fair fight in terms of the arithmetic. Do the Royal Navy still carry supplies for boarding actions, and when was the last one? Last one was in World War II. That was a contested boarding action. They've done a lot of boarding actions since, and they still do carry supplies for boarding actions, because you still have to have the policy of boarding merchant ships and dealing with issues which might be involved terrorists or piracy at sea, but also dealing with some of the issues you have at sea these days. And yeah, you do still carry the capacity to do boarding actions. And to contest boarding actions.
And also the prospect of prize money.
Yes, that's an interesting one. Zacco, if you could have a blank slate for the Norwegian Navy in the 1920s and 30s, what changes would you make? A lot of large destroyers, a lot of torpedo boats. Probably, actually, whilst I understand Drax's desire not to get them, I would probably get some coastal defence ships, purely for the point of view of having something which is scary enough that people think they have to bring a battleship to deal with, but I don't want to pay the price for a battleship in the 20s and 30s. And a lot of aircraft for reconnaissance, etc., and everything would have a mine laying capacity. Oh yes, and improve the communication systems. So I would have a communications network which would be based on a lot of repeater radio stations, but also a lot of cabling, all running around the country.
Who is this Norway?
Yes. If you have a blank slate, what would you do? Oh, and the submarines, I'd be getting new submarines. I'd go to the British, and I would go, what are you building for the Estonians? And they would look at me and go, well, we're building that. And I'd go, I want many of those. Many of those. She's good.
That came kind of a tag-along question for this. If you are reinvigorating your coastal defense force,
yeah,
terrestrial and aquatic, is there merit in, if you are fielding coastal battleships or large caliber assets, floating assets, to harmonize your shore guns with your floating guns?
No.
Okay.
Logistically, it could make life a bit easier if you're planning on sharing the logistics between the two. But honestly, it comes down to a cost thing. The guns you're going to put on the ships are going to be some of the biggest guns you've got available. Whereas you don't necessarily want to supply that to all your shore positions, because that's going to be very expensive in guns. The price differential of a 6-inch versus an 11-inch gun. And the number you need to buy. I would also be up there. I would also be putting hydrophones in every single fricking fjord, so I could hear what people were doing in them. Regan Bender, hello. If the US Navy does not get funding for the 6th generation fighter, do they go a cheaper route with the new 5.5 generation fighter, or double down on the F-35C? I'd double down on the F-35C, but I'd be tempted to try and go for an F-35 let's call it a
F.
F, yeah, F, and make it a 2-seater for it operations. But that's an option.
Realistically, at least from an outsider U.S. citizen perspective, in other words, I'm not privy to a lot of the inside baseball that goes on in Congress and the DoD. I don't see it as super likely that the U.S. Navy doesn't get something that they can call 6th gen.
I don't either.
I'm
Purely
not
for national
quite
standing, sort of.
I'm not quite sure what people are implying by 6th gen in terms of what the next quantum capability is going to be. And I think the US Navy will be fine to wait a bit to get something for some technologies to mature a bit more before they try and ruggedize it enough to stick it on a carrier.
Well, if Navy procurement is still staffed with people who can think more than 3 months in advance, they may be saying, you know what we can do? We can get the Air Force to pay for 6th gen development out of their budget, and then we only have to pay for the 6th gen development for the bits that are solely relevant to us out of our budget.
This is pretty much what I think the US Navy's plan is.
But that is assuming that there are still people with brass that think that far ahead.
Actually, I think it may be more retired brass who would be having those cunning thoughts.
Okay, civilian brass, regardless, decision makers in the Navy department that.
No, as in these are people who retire at like the rear admiral rank, go into business for a bit and then come back. Bill Tody from the Unofficial History of the Pacific War podcast, as an example of that.
I would say don't write off the people who are actually in the service, because they have some very interesting, quiet ideas.
Oh, I'm not writing them off.
But
the problem is that you don't listen. It's one of these stupid things. You don't listen to your own people because you hired them.
Yeah.
But if you're paying money to a consultant, you will listen to them.
Oh,
even
yes.
if all that consultant is doing is going off asking your employees, what do I need to do, and then telling you.
To be fair, I have that fun on a regular basis. That is half my paycheck, I swear, as a consultancy when I do consultancy. It's literally listening to people and then going, have you tried this? And people going, oh, yeah, that sounds a good idea. I'm sort of going, yep.
Yep, your employees told me that they'd had it 2 years ago, but no one listened. Now I've told you, and suddenly...
No, or sometimes, actually, and it works the other way. The boss has had the idea, but the employees don't want it because they don't trust the boss. So they don't listen to them out. But the employees will trust me because the independent consultant, and I'll be able to give them all the information and walk them through and go, well, this is the idea. What do you think of it? And then they go, oh yeah, we're all on board. And the boss is going, yeah, they're on board finding my idea. And I'm sitting there going, don't call it your idea, mate. The reason they didn't like it in the first place is because no one trusts you. Everyone thinks your new ideas come with firing them.
Yeah, this is the joy of basically this was my organisational psychology or medical leadership degree.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically realising this in a series of scenarios. But I got a piece of paper out of it. And I think I may still have access to the Birkbeck College library.
That's always nice to have.
And I may still have Brighton and Sussex ones. I need to check that.
Okay. Colin Cameron, this is one which... Dragon, you might want to cover Foxo's ears for this question. Otherwise, you could be having a very interesting trip. Does Foxo know there is a buccaneer outside a deer farm cafe in Fife?
Why would she need that? Is it? It's not Ely. There's a air museum just outside of York, which has like 6 of the things in multiple different versions and
But
colours.
none of them are the one which just had a cafe and a farm in Fife, which apparently has
More
other things. It's more Buccaneers and more Buccaneers. I'm just thinking of you, Dragon, because I have a feeling you're going to be driving to Fife at some point to see the Buccaneer.
Well, no, I'll be fine there because I currently cannot drive.
No, you won't be driving.
I have not even got a provisional.
No. I didn't say you be driving. I said you be driven to there. You be providing snacks, being the person who goes into the service station to pay for the fuel, and generally assisting Foxo in avoiding human contact while still being able to drive up there.
Yes, he'll be the one talking to the police.
If she ate snacks, would actually be an improvement.
Is he going to be talking to the police because you have attached a buccaneer to the back of the vehicle that you take?
No, probably because she went 90 on a 70.
Oh,
Comment.
that's fine.
Speaking of which, I heard you seem to have joined the speeding club, Runon.
Yeah, because I got caught within 100 feet of the speed limit sign that went from 55 to 25.
Why not, Buzz? Why not, Buzz?
Don't worry, it's fine. I'm
It
more
is
worried
a
about.
technically correct ticket, but it is a...
Should I be worried that before I
we
go
can't
to?
criticise Runon because she remembers a time when there wasn't speed limits.
When people just had to walk in front with a
That's
red
because
flag.
you could only ride a horse so quickly. You can
Yeah.
only make a
Yes,
horse
actually-
go so far.
Like when she learned to drive, there was 3 cars in the entirety of Pennsylvania, and she crashed into one.
I'm.
I hate you all.
Can I just say something? I'm slightly worried that my credit card provider has sent me a brand new credit card before I go to Japan.
They know what's
Down on my
coming.
journey.
I hate you all.
What did I do this time?
We love you, Runon.
You existed.
Yeah, that's normally about right.
Yeah, that works.
All right. Next question. Steve Clarke, favorite officer from the 7 Years' War you were not aware of until I sent you the book? That's the trouble. Being a historian, I have either a million favorite officers or none. I'd say the things I found interesting, and I have to admit I have found interesting, has been looking up some of the family names in the book and going, oh, yeah. And this is something when you sort of go, okay, so my family, were they involved in the 7 Years' War? Well, my family has about 4 names which come up a lot in our family history. 4 names. Edward, Arthur, Alexander, Douglas, and Donald. Those are the 4 ones. There is an Arthur Clarke, who did all sorts of fun things. Born 1733, died 1766. Then we have an Edward Clarke, born 1708, died 1779. Managed to reach superannuated Rear Admiral. Took part in a surprisingly large number of actions which involved capturing ships which seemed to have quite a lot of valuables in the hold. There is also an Alexander Clarke, who ends up as a superannuated Rear Admiral, which basically means Admiral of the Yellow Fleet, a Yellow Squadron, promoted to Rear Admiral of the Yellow. And, yeah. Also finds a lot of interesting vessels to get. But then I started looking back and went, oh, Michael Clapp's family is also in here. There's quite a few Clapps as well. There's just a couple of Churchills. There's Jacobs, there's Goslings. It's yeah, the family histories. That's what made me. It was most interesting about that book. Castanea, how practical would it be to build an SGN that is indistinguishable from SSBN without the ability to measure the hatches? That's what we do anyway. If you're talking to the West,
May I point you at the Ohio's?
Yes, the Ohio's. The British are looking at potentially. There is an option being pushed by a company which is basically pointed out that the Vanguards still have hull life in them, apparently, if they're used gently, and so we could buy inserts and convert them to SSGNs. I'm not sure I'm keen on that idea. I prefer to build another couple of dreadnoughts, which is another option being that's apparently being considered at various points. It's all interesting discussions. Okay. What was the ultimate Cold War carrier interceptor aircraft and why? From Stafford Thompson. So, Foxo, please set the terms of the conversation of what we consider would be what would make something an ultimate Cold War carrier interceptor aircraft, and then we'll debate about it.
Has to be high speed, long engagement ranges for its time, and long loiter times.
Okay.
And preferably high magazine capacity, so you don't have to return to a carrier that's about to be nuked.
Stafford has put in the F4. Stafford has put in the F-14, but he hasn't said which variant of F-14, and there's a very big variance between them.
Yes. An F-14A isn't, as much as people love it, is not that quick of an aircraft.
No, F-14A is not what you want to be going up in. So what do you want? What do you think? What's your choice, Foxo?
Any of the mid to late Phantoms, honestly. Especially the RAF Phantoms that have the Rolls-Royce engines in.
Yeah, but they're not carrier interceptor aircraft, are they?
I thought they were carrier ones.
They started out as carrier aircraft, but once they're Royal Air Force, they're not carrier, are they?
Yeah, but when they're in the on the carriers.
Yeah.
When
they're Fleet Air Armed, they're good. Yeah.
Yeah.
F-14D probably. It's a good aircraft.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, but you're a bit late though, aren't you?
it's still technically Cold War. Technically.
Fair.
It's a very close technicality, but it's technically Cold War still. Anyone else?
You're talking twilight of the Soviet Union at that point.
Yes, but it works. It's still Cold War.
F-14D.
Oh, we forgot the Crusader.
No,
John Shea
no, I
with the
didn't.
Crusader.
I have what
I
could have been the ultimate what could have been the ultimate interceptor, but
What was it?
we were unfortunately robbed of it. Well, the most glorious invention, the Sea Lightning.
No.
Yes.
The P115.
Come from carrier deck to stratosphere in like 5 seconds.
P1154
Yes.
maybe.
I just have the terrifying idea of what kind of landing speed would it have?
Infinite.
Black Horse, what's your thoughts on how navies are dealing with dismantling nuclear reactors? I would personally not go near any of them, but carry on. That's my policy.
Do it far away from me, and I'm gonna head to bed. Good night,
Yeah,
folks.
there you go. Colin Cameron, if you could have any bit of furniture in your house made from wood from a ship of the line, what be and what ship? I quite like my desk, but I'd have another desk made from the wood of the Ville de Paris, Collingwood's flagship. Monday she died on.
We would think very differently.
Carry on.
Because I was thinking a bed made out of any of the hardwood 3-deckers.
Ooh, very nice.
Because A, strong hardwood, you won't have to deal with it breaking on you. And actually strong slats that aren't made of cheap plywood.
Mm-hmm. All good.
Anyone else?
I mean, you're asking somebody who's hopefully going to be moving soon.
As you
whether
know, this is a bit
what
on my time period.
furniture they want, and it's like, yeah.
Everything. Runon would like everything.
I want everything. I want everything and nothing all at the same time.
Yeah. And Dragon's just going, I'm getting out of this because this is already getting expensive for me.
I mean, it would be
Alright.
nice to say like I had a chair or an end table or something easily shipped that was made out of Pennsylvania.
Hi, George and you. Dragon, you were saying something?
Also, I have cats, so unless it's a very hard wood, and even then they'll go bet. Things that
I mean-
are wooden tend to get clawed.
Honestly, I'd be more worried about the cat if you had something made out of teak.
I don't know, these claws are pretty sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but teak is slightly toxic.
Mm.
A, teak is toxic. B, cat's claws aren't the be all and end all when it comes to being hard.
No.
No, they're not hard, they're just sharp.
Yeah.
So, Black Horse, were there any navigation aids that were kept working during war times?
I mean, very technically, the buoys that weren't illuminating, I think, were kept around.
Look, so let's put it this way. Navigation aids where they were absolutely necessary for purposes of wartime navigation were sometimes turned on for purposes of things when they were maneuvering past them, but were then turned off afterwards. So sometimes you turn on and off a lighthouse during a specific period when you know something was going to be going past. But it also does signal something's going past, which does kind of reveal their position. There's also, how do I put this? There are other navigation aids which are sometimes kept going because they are useful. They are useful for the purposes of misleading opponents, and there are some navigation aids which are left going because, well, they are dealing with stuff in estuary, in harbour, and ergo, frankly, they are not much of an advantage to the enemy. For example, navigation aids, there were buoys and things, lights strung up around the unexploded cargo ships which sank in the Thames estuary to make sure other merchant ships didn't run into them, because someone had a bright idea of what happens if a ship laden with explosives hits one of the sunken ships laden with explosives. I don't want to find out. No one wanted to find out. So it was done on the...
Get a tidal wave in the Thames.
It was decided that was probably better to have something around them. Black Horse, were there places that, in order to find them, the navies had to use things like National Geographic to navigate? No. They have their own maps and their own systems, and they basically... And it's going to sound strange, but navies work by dead reckoning and their own navigation and doing star shots. So, and again, it was quite common in those periods for the ship's masters to be able to do star shots, and the ship's navigators to be able to do star shots, and naval officers, they all use things like sextants, etc., and they work out their positions vis-a-vis the sun, vis-a-vis the stars, and that's how they plot their course. So they work out using those locations to try and position themselves on the Earth. They also work out what direction they've been going in, at what speed, how many revolutions, etc. And they're charting their progress and keeping track that way. And their navigators are often very good. It's quite interesting how accurate they were often in wartime, and the fact is it's not the same as modern GPS, but there again we still keep the skills alive. One interesting thing has been that the Royal Navy kept it up as a requirement for navigators and personnel to learn how to use charts and learn how to continue to use these and continue to keep paper records. And when people started spoofing GPS, a lot of other navies got worried and went, "Oh, well, we need to relearn how to use this." And the Royal Navy was going, we still did. You all told us we'd wasted money for years. We kept it going, haha. And we're all going, you guys kept it going out of tradition. Don't think you had foresight. Don't pretend that one.
I remember getting told a story by a eye-wateringly senior Master Chief, Petty Officer in the U.S. Navy, about the dumb looks the navigation crew on something smaller than a Burke, if I remember correctly, gave him when he said, "Okay, you've taken a hit. All your digital navigation stuff doesn't work. Navigate." So the fact that that conversation is still being had is
welcome to the modern navies.
Mildly concerning, because his time of service ended Bush 2.
Yeah. Sacco, the Type 26 deal with Norway has a repurchase clause. What do you think the UK will buy from Norway? Naval strike missile. We're buying a lot from them already. Probably a few other things as well. Stafford Thompson. What will come first, an HMS Queen Elizabeth II or HMS Princess Diana? There won't ever be a Princess Diana unless there's a major war and we need a lot of names. Queen Elizabeth II, potentially, but it's unlikely. It probably would be the Queen Elizabeth the third time around, because you won't have two Queen Elizabeths in service. And there's the fact is, if we consider theoretically a Queen Elizabeth II could come, because we have just about in the Dreadnought class we have the name for her father, because we do finally have we finally have a King George VI, which is coming, it's Dreadnought Valiant and King George Warspite and King George VI. So potentially the next class of SSBNs will have Queen Elizabeth II in it. But it's unlikely, because that could be confused with Queen Elizabeth I. And the aircraft carrier will probably last out the generation of SSBNs, because if we consider it, the Invincibles lasted about 2 generations of SSBNs. The Queen Elizabeth probably will as 2. Well, in fact, yeah. Because submarines have a half-life because of the way they're used. The sea takes no second chances. Black Horse, how advanced were the Royal Navy charts of places compared to other countries in World War II? They're all about the same, but the Royal Navy puts a lot of effort into it. The Royal Navy really does put a lot of effort into it, and a lot of effort into creating and keeping up to date good charts. So, yeah, they're about the same, but the Royal Navies will have a lot of extra detail added on, which helped. Stafford Thompson, what would a modern brig look like? Would it be similar to Type 31 or a batch-free river OPV? Batch-free river OPV. That's far closer to what a brig is for than that. A brig is an escort, mostly. When's my next book coming out? Hopefully this year. I'm planning on doing the finishing touches and things on Kindle, etc. While we're in Japan, as long as the hotel Wi-Fi's hold up. Black Horse. How bad would it have been if the tribals were sent instead of the H-class in the Second Battle of Narvik? If the tribals had gone in, then probably the Germans lose their ships a lot more lose their ships in that battle. If that's a flotilla of tribal class destroyers gone in, then they are equipped for that kind of battle in a way the H class aren't. And the way whereas the Germans could equal the H class in that fight, they get overwhelmed by the tribals. They would have. It would still have probably cost the British some of the tribals, but the Germans would have been cost far more because the sheer volume of fire they're putting out. That's the thing. You're talking a close range fight where your opponent has half the guns and half the rate of fire per gun as did you do. So you're putting about 4 shells in the air for every one they do. That's not good. That's annihilating them. Steve Clarke, what is the ideal aircraft for Coastal Command could have ordered from the US in 1938 to avoid interference from the Air Ministry? Well, Coastal Command is part of the Royal Air Force, so it would have been the Air Ministry ordering it. But still, what do you think, Foxo? 1938 ordering from the US, what would you be ordering? Catalina?
Yes, Catalina. Basically anything that's a flying boat, honestly.
What are your other options, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, Catalina. I know there were some more flying boats made by small companies, but yeah.
And by the point, they've been in production since 36, so they're well into the production. They're well into good quality aircraft.
Yeah. Because that's what the Royal Navy needs. Just what ironic of Coastal Command needs is just flying boats.
And lots of them.
Yeah. The Royal Navy, the fleet, Coastal Command never had enough shots and guns. No matter how many they had.
Andy Shepard, I'll make you upset right now because I'm gonna say it's unlikely the British are gonna buy the Vanguard MCM. And there's a reason for it. Whilst it has been, they had the Ministry of Defence did look at them, etc. You have to remember that the British are looking at various options, but probably what they're going to go with is the Type 32s or the drone motherships, which are going to be supporting manned countermeasures, and they are going to be adapted Type 31 designs. They're going to be Type 31 Batch 2 adapted to MCM warfare because that fits with the British requirements. The thing about the Vanguard option is it's a very interesting idea, but it's not quite fitting with what the Royal Navy need from it in terms of its ability to defend itself as far as the British are concerned in the risk environments the British are expecting. Because you have to remember, the Norwegians are working about fjords, and fjords are a very, how do I put this? In terms of an air defense scenario, fjords very good for a ship because the aircraft can only attack you when they can see you. And even missiles have a limit in fjords in mountainous region and sort of the very mountainous hilly regions of the fjords. For the British who are looking at doing mine countermeasures in things like the Gulf, in places like some parts of the UK, etc., some parts of the South Atlantic, it's a far more open, expansive space. You need far more self-defense capability. So there are options, but it's unlikely to beat them. It's unlikely to beat them because of the reality of it. It's like a lot of the time. One of the interesting things I get into is regularly is debates with people who are going, "Well, you said this thing's good. Why do you say the British shouldn't buy it?" And I go, "Well, because it's good for the people who are buying it, but it's not necessarily good for us to buy because it doesn't fit our needs." But no, you've got your next question, and the reason I answered your catch-up question was that I thought I'd answer your proper question. The Royal Navy's ordering 6 RS ships in the 2030s. What will you name them with the view to make them hard to cancel? Well, cities is already taken. Next best option is counties. But you might not go for that. You might go for things like hunt classes, but that's fox hunting isn't quite the same as it used to be. There's still place names and places, but it's not quite the same. Probably it's got to be counties. What do we think? The other option is rivers, but we've got river class OPVs already. We've got the bay class, so we can't really go with them because they're already in service. It's going to replace the bays, but you know, the thing is the bays aren't going to replace it. So your option for names which are going to be hard to cancel are going to be counties.
Counties.
Hmm?
Counties.
Yeah.
Oh.
You could do the commendation class to go along with the inspiration class.
I mean, you could always do the whole regional names thing. Bring back stuff like HMS England, Scotland, Northern Ireland.
Britain's never had those.
Yeah.
We've never had
now.
Yeah, no.
Just as a small,
Not good luck.
As a quick admin note, Andy Shepard's question is the last one we have in the box.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
don't know if we want to take more in or put a stake through the heart on this one.
I'd say we'll head off because it is 1 a.m. roughly, I think. And as I said, I've got to record about 4 videos tomorrow, so I'm more worried about I'm more worried about keeping my voice going for this week than actually get sleep or those sort of things. That's the thing. It's keeping the voice going. But yeah, I think counties are the only option, certainly. With that being said, thank you very much everyone for being here. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for like, shares, and subscribing. Thank you for the super chats and super thanks. They're always very helpful. Thank you to Drac who came and turned up. Thank you to Dr. Dan who was here. Thank you to Foxo and Dragon and Runon. Thank you everyone who's been here. Thank you to the admins in the chat. That's all of you. That's the wonderful Stafford, Steve, Paul. I think Leslie was here earlier. Of course, again, Runon in the chat. And a few others. And Seneca, of course. Who I don't think was banned too many times by Dr. Dan. I hope not, anyway. And thank you, everyone, for just being here and being so helpful and being so kind. Hope you enjoyed and take care. And with that being said, let's do that.